Hello everybody, Zachary Fruling, aka Cozy Azeroth here. I was in the middle of working on a project and Susan and her daughter are out watching a TV show, so I figured I would do a little, not quite retro streaming, more like a retro co-working stream. I'm in the middle of archiving some old Texas Instruments TI-99 for a computer users group newsletters, and while I'm doing that, I'm compiling a long list of type-in TI Basic and TI Extended Basic type-in programs. Very tedious project, but it'll be worth it in the long run. I'm about 3,700 programs into my list from these old users group newsletters. So yeah, I'm just going to be working away on this, archiving one newsletter at a time, extracting out any type-in programs that I find along the way. I've got several thousand programs in. I estimate I'll probably have 10 or 12 or 15,000 programs by the time I'm done with it. So it's going to be a long-term project. It's taken me months to get this far. So and I only work on it when I have time. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. So unfortunately, some of these are well named, some of them are not well named. So I have to kind of read the descriptions and try to find out what's happening here. So this one seems to be just called token list. I'm including the program name if there is one, author's name, which newsletter it's in, and which issue or date it's in. Okay, name loader. This one has multiple authors. A kludge. M. Gordon. That looks like all those names. Yep, okay. And I'm having a link to each program, so anyone who wants to explore these old type-in programs will have easy access and see the entire list of every type-in program I can find. So, a little tedious, lots of fun though. See, this is called Automatic Mouse Maze. I mean, I just love these old programs. Who doesn't want to play Automatic Mouse Maze, you know? Love it. I think it's just a maze generator. I don't think it's a game. Oh no, it is a maze. Choose your mouse and watch it try to find its way through the maze. Okay, perfect. That's by Jim Peterson, who's responsible for a lot of these programs. Partly because his Tips from the Tiger Cub articles got reprinted in a great many users group newsletters in different regions. So there are multiple copies of these programs, but that's okay. So a little redundancy in my list here. Let's see. Musical bar graph. So I usually compile this list while archive.org is processing the file. And usually by the time I'm done creating my list, archive is done processing my file. I love this old retro graphics as well. They just don't make them like they used to. It's so much fun. I love this kind of stuff on the man on the street, ground level, bottom up kind of software development. Okay, piano. This one is just called Piano. Is there an author? Is that the author's name? Nitinian, like a pseudonym? Oh no, that's where it was published. Unknown author. Okay. Unknown and... Actually, let's do an ampersand. Maurice E.T. Swinnon. I love it. It comes from a a Swedish newsletter translated into English. I love it. Okay, so that's the last one. Let's see if it's done processing, and it is, so perfect. So now we just need to grab the links. Program lister. Sprite mask. I was already in process of this one when I started the stream. Okay, what's the last one here? Name loader. Okay, so all the way through name loader. I don't want to be too critical since Jim Peterson did a lot for the TI-99 4A community, but his articles are just opaque. He's not a very good writer. He's a good program creator, but not very good at titling his stuff or telling you exactly what he's doing in a clear way. So it's kind of annoying to read those reprinted articles, and they appear everywhere in almost all these newsletters. Okay, so all the ones through Jim Peterson here. And piano is right there. A lot of people just tuning in. I'm just working on archiving some old Texas Instruments TI-99 4A users group newsletters and compiling a very long list of type-in programs from these newsletters with links to each program for people who are interested in such esoteric things like I am. Okay, so that was July 1985 from the Decatur users group. Let's see, so we're on to September. There's no August, it looks like, so September 1985. Let's get that uploading. Decatur 99er users group, Byteline newsletter. It looks like that one might have been uploaded previously because a couple of these were listed twice in the where I'm obtaining these from, but that's okay. August. Oh wait, did I get the? Wait a minute. I see what happened here. I grabbed the wrong one. Why did that happen? Yeah, he's got out of order here. That's strange. It doesn't usually happen. Byteline newsletter, September 1985. That's more like it. Do I know how to party on a Saturday or what? Adding all the metadata is a little tedious, but that's what makes it usable in the long run. As an archive, so it's worth it. Trying to do right by all this stuff, so preserve it for posterity. A lot of these were before my time. I was a kid in this time period, so I didn't have access to any of these. So for me, they're all kind of brand new. Okay, let's get that uploading. Take a second. I could do multiple ones at once, but I don't feel like going like gangbusters here today. One at a time will be fine for today. How's everyone doing? Thanks for people tuning in. Is programming a TI-99 anything like an 8-bit home computer? I think it, if memory serves, again, I'm not an expert in the hardware, but I think it's a 16-bit system, but it acts more like an 8-bit system because of the fact that its version of BASIC is it gets processed by the video memory and it's interpreted, so it actually runs more like an 8-bit computer, even a little slower than some 8-bit computers, even though it's technically the first 16-bit computer, if memory serves. So what's your screen name? I have to zoom in. Yeah, my other monitor is quite a ways away from me here. Nano Machine Zero. Thanks for tuning in. I'm actually doing several things with the TI right now. I'm doing some live streams and video creation on some of these old type-in programs. I'm creating a new TI-99 4A game in TI Extended Basic, kind of an educational open world adventure game about the life of Socrates and the conversations of Socrates based on Plato's dialogues set in ancient Athens. Very kind of retro abstract adventure game, very, very similar to like an Atari 2600 adventure game. I'm archiving these newsletters. So yeah, I'm doing a lot with the TI right now. It's enjoying a little bit of a resurgence right now. I never had a Commodore 64, but I know that the rights to Commodore were just acquired, and a new Commodore 64, the Commodore 64 Ultimate, was just released. And nostalgia's in right now. Whenever the economy gets bad and things get bad socially and politically, the nostalgia factor rises. So people that are into computers are into retro computers right now. It's becoming quite popular. So I'm riding the bandwagon and diving back into this old computer system that I had when I was a kid, and I continue to stay interested in over the years. Even though I have a great many other hobbies and interests I do, but this one is taking a lot of my time right now. So yeah, so I'm just going through these newsletters one at a time and trying to extract the type-in programs from them. I've got a list of 3,700 type-in programs from all these old computer users group newsletters that I've been working on. I anticipate I'll probably have between 10 and 15,000 by the time I'm done with this project. So yeah, very a little tedious, but good for history in a kind of Foucauldian sense of history. These little alleyways and nooks and crannies of history, technology history in this case. I don't see a lot of type-in programs in this one. Here's one. Oh, TK Writer revisions. So even these little bits I'm trying to capture. So TK Writer revisions. Oops. A TI-85, that's a calculator, right? There was a way to jailbreak and run custom programs. What time period? Let's see, I guess, I don't know what I had when was that a scientific calculator or is that one of their graphing calculators? I think when I was in high school I used a TI-81, I think, as a graphing calculator, maybe. But yeah, I've always loved this scientific. Yeah, I've always loved this this computer system. I'll put a link to it, at least some information about it. Here. If you want to read up on it a little bit, here's some basic information about the TI-99 4A. Very colorful system. It was when a lot of computers at the time period were monochrome. This was a very colorful, friendly computer. Okay. I don't know who did the revisions on this one. So sometimes the author isn't listed. No, this is not a calculator. This is a home computer system. Yeah, Texas Instruments had a foray into the home computer market. The TI-99-4 was released in, I believe, 1977 or 1978, and somewhere in there. And then they released an improved version, a greatly improved version that was largely compatible with the TI-99-4 called the TI-99-4A. And they made millions and millions of them, something like 3 million of them. But they got involved in a price war and kept lowering and lowering their prices, and the software market never really took off like they wanted it to, so they ended up losing a ton of money on it. But it was an incredibly affordable computer that a great many people had, across the country and around the world in the early 1980s. But no, it's a home computer, not a calculator. And then they decided that they were losing so much money, they just get out of the personal computer market altogether, or the home computer market. Okay, so here's another one of these Tiger Cub articles. These are tedious to read because they're dense and not very well written from a writing standpoint. So I have to kind of skim these. And okay, here's a program here, Frankie and Johnny. It's a music program, probably. I just posted a message in a message board, and I'm keeping an eye on it, see if there's any responses. Okay, perfect. I had a question about a program I'm working on. Okay, so back to the work here. Frankie and Johnny. Then we've got input a string. Some of these don't have names, very frustrating. Input a string with leading and or trailing blanks. Some of these are not sexy programs. But it's good history nonetheless. Like, it's fun to see how people were using computers from this time period. And, you know, we take for granted what computers are for these days, but there was a lot of experimentation in the early 1980s about what computers were really for. Like, look at this random shit, like Tiger Cub Mind Reader program. Just a numbers game, probably. So I'm compiling this list while archive.org is processing the file. And then when it's done processing the file, I can pre-VIC-20. Oh, that's a good question. I don't really know. So the TI-99 4A, the 99.4 was released, okay, here we go, October 1979, and the 99 4A was in June of 1981. Let's look up the Commodore VIC-20. How come I don't see VIC-20? Here we go. It was released about the same time. Japan, maybe in Japan a little bit earlier than the TI-99 4A. I don't see an exact release date here. It says 1981. So I would say contemporaneous with the VIC-20. I had never used a VIC-20. I was, when you were a kid, you couldn't afford, you only, whatever your parents bought, that's what you had, right? My dad bought a TI-99 4A by Texas Instruments, so that's what we had. Some people's parents bought them a VIC-20, so that's what they had. So yeah, I would love to experiment with some of these other systems, especially now that Commodore's, the new version of Commodore's released a brand new Commodore 64, the Commodore 64 Ultimate, which I've not played with, and I've never had a Commodore 64, so I'm tempted to spend the $300 or $350, whatever it takes to buy one, and check it out. Okay, so we got the Mind Reader program. I'm going to multitask chat with you while I'm doing this, so forgive me if I kind of hop back and forth between conversing and working on this stuff. You can use image and print using output to the printer. Okay. Output to printer with, what was it? Is it input? Oh, image. And print using. A lot of this stuff is very specific to TI Basic, of course. Let's see, I kind of want to buy the new, yeah, I do too. If you really want to, well, let's see. If you're already familiar with that version of BASIC, yeah, you should definitely do that. You can probably find an emulator. Frankly, if you just want to mess around, I like most of the time when I am using when I'm working on the TI, I'm not actually working on a physical TI anymore. I'll show you here. Let's see here. There's an emulator that I use called Classic 99. Big fan of it. You can just Google it and find the link to it. But I just, I can load up an emulator for the TI-99 4A right on my own computer here, and I do most of my messing around with TI stuff on the emulator. Works 99.9% like an actual TI. No, of course, not 100% accurate, but if you just want to write your programs and test them and see how it goes, I don't know. I think Commodore, is much more sort of peek and poke friendly. So maybe the emulators don't do a good job with it. I have no idea, but on the whole, I'm having so much fun with this emulator. I've been using it for years. Now I'm using it too. I'm actually developing, like I said, new games for the TI-99 4A, and I've got an inkling of an idea about how to go about selling some programs that people are likely to buy even on an old system. Yeah, of course, nothing's going to be 100%, right? But it's the even better than 80% solution. It's the 98% solution. I can live with it. For the sake of keeping these old things alive, I love it. It's great. We're living in a retro future. I love it. Yeah, no complaints in my end. It doesn't have to be 100%. 100% is great, but some of the improvements are worth it. So let's see here. Well, where else are we? Is that everything from this one? Yeah. Oh, we got a sideways program here. It's kind of annoying when they do that because the archive.org doesn't pick up the text of it, but that's okay. Alphabet recognition. It's funny, there was one called alphabet recognition just a little while ago in a different, I don't know if it's the same one or not. Who is it by? Turn my head sideways to see who it's by here. Oh yeah, LK Touchings. There it is. It's probably the same one. I don't know why it was reprinted again. Yeah, I like the TI a lot. It was a very friendly version of BASIC. It's quirky in some ways, like all versions of BASIC, but I've had a lifelong enjoyment out of it. Okay, let's see if archive.org is done processing. It is. Let's grab the links. It's a little tedious to be linking one page at a time, but it's okay. I think it'll be worth it. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to distribute this, but I hope that the TI-99 4A community appreciates my work on this. I'm really taking it upon myself to do it. I'm not doing it for anything other than the fact that I love this old system and I want to see it all preserved as much as possible. Okay, on to the next. That was September 1985. Okay, and there's a gap here, so November 1985 is next. Not all of them are accounted for, apparently. Yeah, why is it? Something. Oh, there it goes. Okay. They're out of order for a second there, but the computer needed to catch up, I guess. November 1985, yep. So Decatur 99er users group. Byte, if I can type today, Byteline newsletter, November 1985. I remember when I went to kindergarten, we had TRS-80s in my kindergarten classroom, and then from first grade through sixth grade, we had Apple IIs in the classroom, largely because I think Apple got tax breaks from the state of California for donating computers. Some deal was worked out. But in kindergarten, I remember I was the only person who showed up knowing how to already write programs in BASIC, even on the TRS-80. And in first grade, again, I was one of the only kids who knew how to use the computer or could figure it out. And so the teacher used to let me sit in the back of the classroom and just show other kids how to use the computer in first grade. I was always a teacher even then, apparently. One second here, just gotta pop up, see if it's anything important. It is not. So 1985, November, in English, and there we go, upload. had a 286 or 386 with MS-DOS and Pascal. When I'm a ham radio operator as well, and I got my ham radio license in 1991, and shortly after that, there was an old guy in the local ham radio club who, I wanted to experiment with like packet radio and stuff you could do with a computer and ham radio. I didn't end up doing most of it, but this nice old guy gave me an old 286 computer with a color CGA monitor, and I loved that system. I wish I'd held on to it because he was in really good shape. It was already old at that point, but it was in great shape and worked great. I used it I think I probably even wrote my first college papers on it, if memory serves. So I held on to it for a few years, and then I must have gotten rid of it. It's a darn shame. I don't remember what I did with the thing. I probably donated it to like to the Salvation Army or something like that. 'Cause, years were going by and I needed a newer computer, and I didn't have the foresight to think I might want to mess with these old computers later in life. And then finally I got, a modern computer. But so, there were big gaps in my computer history. I went from having the Texas Instruments to using Apple IIs in the classroom to then finally having a PC in the early to mid 90s. And then having a modern internet-capable PC circa 1998, I think I got my first one, somewhere in there. So, and then many computers since then, of course. But okay, November 1985. Oh yeah, I mean, I had Apple IIs literally from first grade through sixth grade, so I know that system pretty well as well. Although I never programmed for it. I basically just used programs on disk. Educational software largely at school. I never had one at home. Okay, so let's see here. What are we working with in this? New final version of the Tiger Cub menu loader. Okay. So Tiger, this one's made several appearances here. Tiger Cub menu loader, final version. Yeah, I've done a little bit of stuff on the Apple II. Like my favorite game on the Apple II. Let me find it here. There was this old logic game I used to play in elementary school called Gertrude's Secrets, and I'm going to grab I made a video, kind of a video walkthrough of it. There you go. This was done some time ago, but that's my favorite game on the Apple II back in the day. Okay. What else here? We have the Tiger Cub math puzzle. Tiger Cub was the name of this guy's, Jim Peterson's software company. So everything's Tiger Cub this and Tiger Cub that. And his articles got reprinted in a great many of these newsletters, so they make multiple appearances. So I'm a little tired of dealing with them, but I don't want to miss any. So even if I'm... Oh yeah. I mean, the page formatting. Look at this. I mean, this is all done. We take for granted what modern desktop publishing is like. I mean, this is all done probably on a TI-99 4A, printed out and on some dot matrix printer, and then mailed into the editor of these newsletters for printing. And then if they might have been reprinted and photocopied for other newsletters. So yeah, it's very, very kind of from the ground up kind of publishing. Yeah, it's fun because it's just they look so old. Yeah, this was normal not too many decades ago, a lot of fun. So okay, simple mail list. This is called list label. Okay, list label. Who's it by? George F. Steffen. I don't know. I like seeing how things change over time. You know, we take for granted that the world is the way it is. We forget all the things that came before that were necessary steps and sometimes trial and errors to get us where we are now. Okay, vary list. This program will convert any program listed to disk into a listing of any width you desire. Okay, so vary list. It's called. Is that also by George Stephan? Yep, it is. Multi-print, continued from page 12. Okay, this looks like a different program. Multi-print. You know, we also take the internet for granted now, and back in the day, this is how you distributed information, right? You either went to the library, you got something in the mail, or bought a book. This was the way of disseminating useful information. So it's very, it's almost like the TI computer group equivalent of the Whole Earth catalog back in the day, just useful tips and tricks and tools. This was the way of disseminating information to people at large, and you couldn't just get online and look it up. Loader program to load spreadsheet program written by Greg Sears. Freeware. Okay, load spreadsheet. Spreadsheet, 2 words. That's funny. I'm trying to, even if it's not the convention nowadays like spreadsheet, we would, list that out as 1 word, but spreadsheet, 2 words. Okay. By Greg Sears. One thing that was useful about this formatting, though, is the width here of each column corresponds to the number of characters across the screen in TI Basic. So you could, if you were typing this in, you could verify that you were typing it in correctly based on the line breaks. Very useful. It looks ugly to the eyes, but it's actually very useful. That's part of the reason it is the way it is. Okay, this is the actual spreadsheet program. It's called the Greg Spreadsheet. Okay. By Greg Sears. And if I find an interesting program, I'm trying to do a separate stream and take the time to just type the program in and run it in the emulator just to show off cool stuff from back in the day, especially like the sprite demo programs and graphics programs and music programs, cool stuff like that. Hold on 1 sec.
Oh, I didn't know you were streaming that.
Yeah, I decided. Is that
it's mine? No, it's mine. My sensors.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm just doing I figured I'd do a co-working stream while I was working on these newsletters.
Oh, good.
Chit-chatting with someone about retro computers, so we're having a nice little time while you and Amanda are hanging out. So.
That's wonderful. I'm just going to switch over to the laundry zone. I'll be out of your hair.
Oh, you're never in my hair, my love. I love you.
I love you.
C64 type-in programs and magazines adopted a checksum. Yeah, I've seen videos on that. In fact, there's a guy, I don't know who it is, but he's doing old type-in programs, Commodore 64 type-in programs from magazines, and he's cranking out videos on those right now. So I've seen the checksum in action. Very useful. I wish the TI had something like that. Okay, so that's it for that newsletter. Let's see if it's done processing. It is. Let's grab the links. So what's the last one on this set of pages here? Math puzzle. Grab the links. Boom, boom. List label. Vary list and multi-print. And then the spreadsheet programs. Boom, boom. On to the next. Okay, that was November of '85. Okay, so we got a jump in time here. January of 1989. is it doing this? It's like it's... There we go. Strange. January 1989. And I might have mentioned I didn't have access to these newsletters when I was a kid, so for me they're all brand new. I am uploading. I'm uploading them to the Internet Archive for posterity. They're on some random FTP site. They've been there for like 20 years now, a lot of these. And I figured I would take the time to upload them to the Internet Archive for better posterity. And
I love you.
oh, I love you too, Mother. And to make them more searchable. Yeah, thanks. To make them more searchable, so when you upload something to the Internet Archive, of course, it does OCR text recognition, however imperfectly. At least people will be able to search for specific things more easily. I think it'll be massively more useful for the effort. So it's going to take months and months to get all of them uploaded one at a time. But it'll be worth it. It's something I care about, and I do like this kind of weird, nooks and crannies of history. Something I got from reading Foucault, I think, in my philosophical studies. So yeah, this is my contribution to the history of things, for better or for worse. Trying to add enough keywords to make this useful as well. Not going hog wild on it, but just enough to make things findable. Yeah, in terms of archive work, I'll show you here. One of my projects that I've been working on is archiving my grandfather's sermons. My grandfather was a minister in my hometown for 43 years, and I have about 1,000 of his sermons typed and handwritten. A lot of them are typed, a lot of them are handwritten. And so I had them all scanned. It took me years to get them all scanned again in my spare time, and now I've uploaded all those as well. So I've got 43 years of my grandfather's work archived in archive.org as well. So who knew I would become something of an archivist? But seems to suit my temperament and my interests. So yeah, for better or worse, I became interested in archiving weird things that aren't archived. In hope that down the road someone benefits from it. In the near or far future. You see the formatting of these changes as the years go by. Technology changes, desktop publishing changes. So this is 1989 now. And let's see, any programs. Literally, I want to go back through and read all these, but I'm literally just skimming these looking for programs now. They have more Tiger Cub stuff here. This stuff went on for years. Okay. What do we have here? Oh yeah, it's like a grammar program. Learning to ing it. Something about verbs, I guess. Learning to ing it. I think, no, these weren't from magazines. These were users group newsletters. Because what happened with the Texas Instruments is that it was a very popular system, but then when Texas Instruments decided to exit the computer market, there were all of these people that had TI computers that loved them, that were really disappointed that Texas Instruments was getting out of the computer market, and they started forming these little computer users groups. And then, so these are all not from magazines, but these are users group newsletters, local users group newsletters from different regions, sometimes from a town, sometimes from a region. And these were their monthly newsletters if you were part of that group, the club, hobby group. And so somehow these were all preserved and they were scanned. These scans were probably done 20, 30 years ago. I have no idea when these were scanned or who scanned them, frankly. Some of them have, names and addresses on them, so there's someone's specific copy. And, it's been long enough time where I don't really give a shit whose they were anymore. Ownership of such things is questionable anyway. So, yeah, I'm just taking it upon myself to find every newsletter I can find and upload them to the Internet Archive. Like I said, a lot of these are stored currently on an FTP site that someone's been running for 25 years or something. But that's a kind of a tenuous place to put them and not very useful anyway, frankly. You know, they're not OCR searchable, for example, and at least getting them to the Internet Archive means they'll be more findable, more usable, more searchable. So no, they're not from magazines. They're from computer users group newsletters. Although some old computer magazines are also on the Internet Archive, and I've gone through and tried to find some of the type-in programs from those old magazines as well. They appear on my list. I want to do that more once I'm done with the users group newsletters. So it won't be complete. It's not just, you know, this will be my contribution, but I'm not trying to be a completionist. I do have other things I want to do in life too. So happy to do this for a while until I'm done with this project or get bored with it and move on to something else. But I want to at least get the users group newsletters done, if not some of the magazines. Okay, so let's see, we're learning to ing it. Scroll. What we have here. Noun to adjective. Another grammar program. Oops. It's a fascinating little rabbit hole to go down, you know. Is it interesting? If you're interested in such things, it's interesting, of course, but it's a nice window into how things have changed. And look how we're literally living in the future compared to what it was like a very small number of decades ago. It's very cool. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so a clear all subroutine. Okay. A column converter improvement. I tend to like fun programs, game programs, and visual programs and music programs, whatnot. So, but other people liked these kind of weird, useful programs back in the day. I was too little in the 80s to care about useful programs. I liked fun programs. I still like fun programs. There are occasionally ads. You know, even users groups needed money for printing and whatnot because someone had to pay to have these printed and pay to have them mailed in the mail, right? This is really before email became popular, although there were bulletin board systems at the time. Yeah, so they needed a little money too. So you do see some ads in some of these newsletters to raise a little money. Not too many, though. Oh, I mean in Twitch? Yeah. Yeah, it's different, you know. I love it. Sometimes I think we've gone backwards, you know. Things were certainly commercialized back then. People wanted to sell you things back then too, but this has kind of to use a phrase from the old movie You've Got Mail, this has a kind of Jeffersonian purity to this way of disseminating information. It's very, very democratic and ground up and not necessarily commercial. This is really for the benefit of the common good here. That's all for this one. So let's see if it's done processing. It does not. Hasn't even really started. When it's done processing, it generates a bunch of other files, OCR files and whatnot. So this one's going to take a minute. Oh, they're starting to go. You can see the number of files increasing here. Just went from 5 to 6 here. So just take a hot minute for this one to process. Let's get busy uploading the next one here. So that was January 1989. February 1989. Get a new window going. Yeah, weird. It's like my computer's having issues with not organizing the files properly. Just started doing that. It's been working fine for literally forever. Okay. Whatever. Decatur 99er users group byte line newsletter. February 1989. I'm sure there's probably analogous users group newsletters for the Commodore, right? There must be. It wasn't just TIs that had user groups. There were user groups for everything back in the day. So I'm sure you could find VIC-20 or Commodore 64 newsletters that are very similar. In fact, we could check real quick while this is uploading. Let's take a look. So let's go to archive.org and let's go to Commodore 64 users group. See what we find here. It's a bunch of magazines, predictably. Going to be a lot more Commodore stuff than TI stuff. Let's just keep scrolling here. Midnight Software Gazette. Also, they may not be on archive.org. I mean, a lot of the TI users group newsletters. Oh yeah, here we go. Cursor Commodore Computer Users Group. So yeah, here's a users group newsletter for a Commodore. Let's take a look. I was way too young to know about bulletin board systems. Yeah, I wish I had known. I wish they still existed. They seem really cool. But yeah, here we go. So Commodore Computer Users Group. This is in Australia. So there you go. Here's an Australian Commodore 64 Users Group newsletter. It's taking a second to load for some reason. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe because I'm streaming. Let's just refresh it here. There it goes. This one looks really nicely done, a little more like a magazine. I think one of the Texas Instruments modems had an audio coupler where you take the handset from your phone and put it onto the modem, and it would literally just do it by audio. I saw that in the TI catalog when I was a kid, so I knew there were modems, but I maybe had a vague understanding that there were these things called bulletin board systems. There was no way I was going to mess with that when I was 5 years old, right? So I missed the window on that. More's the pity. It would have been really cool. Yeah, so some cool Commodore stuff here. I bet you there's a website that has a bunch of users group newsletters archived as well. They've got to exist. But I don't see too many at a glance on the Internet Archive. But there's a lot more Commodore stuff. You can see just tons of stuff compared to how much TI stuff there is. Yeah, here you go. Commodore Mail-Link newsletter. Yeah, Florida users group, it looks like. So yeah, you can find them. Yeah. Be an interesting rabbit hole to go down. You know, it's the downside about doing this stuff. It's like the rabbit holes just keep going and going and going. Once you start looking for this information, you'd be surprised how much you can find. Okay, so we got, let's see if January is done processing yet. It is. Let's get the links for that. So we need the Jim Peterson ones, which are right here. Okay, learning to ing it. Yeah, I sometimes feel like this is a bit of a waste of time, but on the other hand, it's like no one else is ever going to take the time to do this, and I do care about it. So I am the kind of guy who will take the time to do this. I told myself, do I really want to spend this much time doing this? Not really, but I know it'll be useful for the community in the long run, so I'm doing it. Okay, let's see what's in February 1989. Oh, I hate when they put stuff sideways like this because the OCR text recognition doesn't grab that bit of text. But what do you do? I didn't make the newsletter. Okay, so it looks like a word game. Tiger Cub shuttle search. Okay. That way, people that are interested in doing these type-in programs, there aren't that many. There's probably 100 people in the world who care about type-in programs for the TI, but for the people that do care about it, this will be really useful. And I'll find it useful because I like typing in these programs. It's easier to find something interesting to mess with after having archived them all. Okay, what do we have here? This is a demo of 3 screen printing subprograms. Okay. 3 screen printing, we call them subprograms? Subprograms, yes. There's a lot of these weird file conversion programs that I think are the epitome of boringness. Because I just didn't see, if I was older when these were new, maybe I would understand the reason for their being. But I just don't find them interesting. So 5ml, this weird little arrow. I think it's just an arrow conversion to DV80, D/V80. Different screen formats and that kind of thing. Martin A. Smoley, I've seen that name before. Oh yeah, I mostly care about the basic programs. There's definitely you could definitely do assembly on the TI. I didn't learn any of it. So there are ways to incorporate assembly routines into your extended basic programs. There were assembly editors and compilers, and then other languages as well for the TI, Forth and whatnot. But and I never really went down that rabbit hole, so I'm literally just focusing on the TI basic and TI extended basic programs here, and any other weird basic varieties. There were other versions of basic available even on the TI. But I'm kind of ignoring the assembly routines because I don't know anything about them, and I'm unlikely to mess with them. And unlikely to learn enough about it to create assembly programs for the TI. So for me, it's just basic. Oh, if someone else is interested in assembly on the TI, and I know there are people who are better at it, then more power to them. I'm just not the person to do that. So someone else can go down that particular rabbit hole for the TI. So what do we have here? Another file converter program, DV to IFX. Okay, D/V. Read a little arrow. What was it? IFX. I/FX. By the same guy? It is. Although I'm not likely to mess with this weird file converter program either. So I just care about finding the fun programs. Alright, is that still processing? It is. Let's work on the next one. Yeah, I have some books on assembly for the TI that I've glanced through, and they are opaque. And I'm not technologically illiterate. I teach logic as part of teaching philosophy, so I pick up logic-y things well and formal things well. But you just have to know the hardware so well. You're right, all the memory registers and all the. It's just a fairly large body of stuff you have to learn. So the learning curve is steep, and it's climbable. I could do it if I wanted to. I just don't really care about it enough. I have more fun writing programs in BASIC. Constraints and all, I think. I continue to enjoy the fun of creating programs within the constraints of these old systems. So the constraints don't bother me. They actually help my creativity rather than hinder my creativity. So yeah, one of these days, maybe in 10 more years, I'll get a bee in my bonnet to learn assembly for the TI, but probably not. If you want to see, here's a playlist on YouTube. I'm starting to document my progress on this new game I'm working on about the life and conversations of Socrates set in ancient Athens. and I've just started working on it. As you can see, it's more like Atari 2600 style, just getting started on it. I've got the map engine working, and I've got screen borders and doors mostly working. But none of the actual game has been created, but I'm creating this kind of weird little retro open world game right now. So here I'll post a link to the most recent video on there. It's from a couple days ago. This is the game I'm working on currently. Okay, let's see if this is... Okay, we did finish January, so we're done with that. Is February done processing? It is. Okay, cool. So we have the Tiger Cub programs. Yeah, you can see one thing I like about archive.org is this full text thing. It's not perfect. You can see a lot of errors, but it does text recognition on the files we just uploaded. And so, if you're searching for some particular topic or some particular program or whatever, it's much easier to find stuff. So that's my main motivation for doing this. The searchability. Oh, it's not loading all of a sudden. Sometimes the Internet Archive has issues on the weekends. Let's see here. You'd think OCR would be better at this time period, but it's really not. I think maybe these fonts are old and the formatting is weird and the scan quality is terrible on some of these, and so the OCR just wasn't built for this level of decay in the source material. Okay. That was February 1989. What's next? March of 1989. Yeah, see, it's doing this weird thing again where it's not putting them in the right order. So weird. I might have to just reboot my computer at some point. March 1989. I was not quite 11 years old. I wish I had had access to these newsletters when I was a kid. I would have had so much fun with them. I used to love getting newsletters in the mail. I didn't get these in the mail, but I was a member of a ham radio club when I was 13 years old after I got my ham radio license. I used to love getting the ham radio newsletters in the mail. In fact, I wish I had kept them, and I wish I could track down someone who was likely to have them from back in the day. They were pretty cool. Wish you had access to a C compiler for Amiga 500 at the same time. I didn't have an Amiga, but actually three of my grandparents were teachers, but one of my grandmothers was a first grade teacher, and I remember one summer, and I think it was in the late 80s, I don't remember exactly when, she was allowed to take a computer that was going to be in her classroom home for the summer. I spent a summer messing on this computer. It might have been an Amiga, it might have been a Commodore 128, I don't really know. What exactly it was, but I remember playing two things on it in particular. I remember playing this game called Incredible Laboratory, which was basically like a monster creation game by mixing different chemicals and creating a monster. It was pretty cool. And then there was this weird adventure game, and I wish I knew what it was. The only thing I really remember about it is you had different color cloaks you could put on, like a purple cloak or a blue cloak. I don't even remember what colors they were. And so I don't remember what game it was, but I wish I knew what that game was because I played the hell out of it when I was that age. But I just don't remember much about it. I couldn't tell you what the game was or what computer system it was on, so I haven't had any luck tracking it down. No one seems to know the reference to the cloaks, so no luck finding it. Okay, so we're in March 1989, looking for programs. Yeah, look at all these like lists. It's funny, these were like lists of things that are available by mail or sometimes on a bulletin board system or from the library for this particular computer users group. Look at all these cool old programs, you know, Sam Moore Jr. Music One, Bach music programs, all these educational programs. So, you know, a lot of these were lost probably, but some of them still exist in various archives. Pretty cool. I like the kind of just rediscovering anything that was lost. I think is cool. You know, even if it's just a reference to it, it's still cool for understanding. Like radio utilities. I'm a ham radio operator, so I'd be really interested right here in radio utilities. That would be really interesting. What is that? I wish I knew. I'm unlikely ever to find it. You know, probably doesn't exist anymore. But you never know. Maybe some random person has a disc with that on it. So I'm enjoying going down the kind of digital archaeology aspect of doing this. Use of borders. You know, look at these little, you know, software programs add borders on your little home printed things. You know, just we take for granted that these things are easy now, but they weren't easy back in the day. Someone had to write programs to do them. You know. So I guess I like reminding, just seeing what it was like back in the day. You know, and you know, other than this FTP site I'm getting these from, you know, people haven't seen this stuff in a long time, so. Nice to bring the past out for a little fresh air here. More Tiger Cub stuff. These are really annoying. Okay, what do we have? The Tiger Cub has dipped a cautious paw into the cold, dark, mysterious waters of assembly while still keeping a firm grip on trusty, old extended BASIC. The result is an X-BASIC program that writes an assembly program. Okay, what's it called? Part of this probably doesn't always name his programs here. So what is this damn thing called? I don't see a name for it, so I'll have to come up with a name. X-BASIC program that writes an assembly program. Okay. Yeah, it was either an Amiga or a Commodore 128. After looking at it was not a PC. It was not an Apple. It was not a Texas Instruments. It wasn't an Atari, from what I gather. So that kind of narrows down the playing field. So I think it was either a Commodore 128 or it was an Amiga. That's my guess, but I don't really know. The following will print out a reference chart of decimal to binary to hexadecimal. Okay. Decimal to binary to hexadecimal. And this routine will show you how each letter is formed. This one actually has a name, like some of these don't, but this one does. Actually, this one does too. Desbin hex. Let's use that. Desbin hex. That's more fun. Yeah, again, the only time I've ever experienced either of those systems would have been this little summer window at my grandmother's house. So I've seen some videos on them, but I'd love to mess with them. I've gone to in fact, this last year, my girlfriend and I went to the Vintage Computer Festival or Fair, or whatever it's called, at the Computer History Museum in Mountain View here in California. That was so much fun. I saw so many things that I had either only knew about or had only heard about and had never actually seen. It was a lot of fun, and everything was working. It was a lot of fun. Also an interesting blend of old and new, people creating new things that are compatible with old computer systems or using old computer systems in new ways. Really an interesting blend of old and new. Highly recommend going to one if you're interested in such things at all. They have them all around the country if you are not familiar with the Vintage Computer Fair or Festival, whatever it's called, VCF. Yeah, very, very cool. So I'd like to go, you know, all these things I'm interested in. I'd like to spend time with all of them. There's just only so many hours in life, right? So I keep going back to the TI. I kind of once in a while go down another little rabbit hole, but I keep coming back to the TI because I love it so much. Okay, what do we have here? Okay. This has a bunch of variants on here to say various. That's all. Yep. Okay. That's it. It's done processing. Nope. On to the next. That was March of 1989. Now we're on to 1990. These user groups lasted a lot longer than I realized. I mean, this computer was discontinued in 1983, so these user groups go on for years after the computer system was discontinued. I find that in itself fascinating. So, January 1990. Oops. Boy, that's so annoying. I wish I knew why it was doing that. Also, each newsletter from each is totally different. You know, what one group was interested in is not the same thing as, you know, the group 5 towns over was interested in. So, a lot of variation. Just like any group or club today, I mean, from club to club to club on the same topic, very different stuff. So 1990, January, and English. Okay, this one's done processing, or mostly done processing. Done enough where I can grab the links anyway. Kind of spot check my work on the tags to make sure I haven't made a typo. Okay, that one's done. Let's see if there's any other comments in my post here. So, because this game I'm going to be working on, well, that other one's processing. This game I'm going to be working on is going to be very text heavy, lots of dialogue, miniature versions of Plato's dialogues is kind of what I have in mind. Highly condensed, you know, few lines of dialogue that somehow capture the essence of the entire dialogue, with a bunch of non-playing characters that are interlocutors from Plato's dialogues. That's kind of the idea I have for it. I'm concerned about compressing. Yeah, but it's good for text, but the text will eat up a lot of memory, and so there are memory constraints in TI Extended Basic. There's a 32K memory expansion for it, which can be recreated in the emulator, and then of course on a real system would have to be, you'd have to have the memory expansion. I'm concerned about even a small amount of dialogue chewing up the available memory when I'm trying to create a simple open world game to navigate around with, and a little dialogue engine for interacting with non-playing characters. So I am a little concerned that I'm going to be able to, whether or not I'm going to be able to squeeze everything into 32K of memory or not. I think I will. I've kind of done the mental math on the different components, and I've done enough TI Basic now as an adult to have a sense of how much memory I'm going to chew up just doing the physical things in the game I want to do, the navigation and the text engine and whatnot. Yeah, text is very compressible, and TI has data statements, so you can put a lot of the text in data statements probably, which is what the person suggests here. But I thought I would get some advice from people on this TI-99 4A message board. So what does this guy say? There are all sorts of approaches one can use to save memory, from keeping variable names short to using variables for certain constants, compressing data within data statements, etc. Since you mentioned lines of dialogue, I'll share an approach I often use for text-heavy programs. I store text in a DV80 file so they can be edited by most native 4A text editors, then load some or all from disk into a string array at runtime. This can save a tremendous amount of program space at the expense of stack memory, though it does add a storage requirement to your program. Keep in mind that string-based information read from data statements will consume both program space and some stack space, the latter varying by how much data you read. How you use read/restore can help to manage stack space. If you play around with different options, use the size command before or after running a program to better understand what space is available. Yep, so no news there. I figured data statements, but and I don't really want to have to load other files from within the program. That's going to make it significantly less fun. So I'm going to see what I can do to do what I want to do in the game, and without having to do some of these ad hoc ways of giving myself more room. All right, let's see if this is. Yeah, okay. Let's see. January 1990. What do we have here? Any programs? Any programs? What do we have? Here's one. Two of them. Okay, programming hints. Here's a program called Chimes. That sounds fun. And we know who it's by. Oh, Chick DeMarty. Seen that name before. It's an interesting name, Chick DeMarty. Yeah, so that's what I have in mind. We're going to have this open world map. Each screen is going to correspond to the location of one of Plato's dialogues. Like the Phaedo dialogue might take place in the prison cell, and the Euthyphro dialogue would take place in front of an Athenian courthouse or wherever it took place. I've got a list of locations that I've compiled, and you're going to meander around this kind of the highly abstract map of ancient Athens, and you're going to be just a little square in your Socrates. There's going to be other little squares that are different colors that have some way of indicating that they're available for dialogue, and you're going to dialogue about a specific topic for a little bit. I don't know exactly how that's going to work yet. 3 or 4 lines, 5 lines, 10 lines, I don't know. And maybe 25 different non-playing characters to interact with, and it's not really a game so much as an exploration / educational experience, and then all culminating in the last couple of Plato's dialogues, well, the Plato's dialogues that correspond to the end of Socrates' life, and then end with Socrates drinking the hemlock, and then it ends. Kind of a weird little game for a retro system like this, but it's an idea I've had floating around in my head for quite some time, so it's fun to actually be bringing it into fruition finally. Okay, so we have chimes. Now we have sounds of the deep. That sounds interesting too. TI had some good sound abilities. Was it sounds plural? Yep, sounds of the deep. That also by Chick DeMarty. No, courtesy of the Australian newsletter. And it's TISHUG. I recognize that. TISHUG. What is this? Window/A. By Lindsay. I love when you get. It could be a male's name. There are some males named Lindsay, like Lindsay Buckingham. But it could be a female. Lindsay Priest. There are quite a few female program writers back in the day. It's interesting to see. You might not have guessed there'd be so many girls and women interested in computers back then, but there really were. Okay, Window/A. I don't know what that is. That is by Lindsay Priest. Then we've got One Liner by John Martin. One Wave, it's called. John Martin. Oops. Because there are a lot of copying and pasting from different newsletters, like, you know, all these newsletters would all correspond with each other. So sometimes you get something printed in one newsletter that gets photocopied for use in another newsletter. It means there's a lot of repetition of some of these programs, and definitely the names appear more than once, more than one different newsletter. Okay, what do we have? The Blob. That's fun. How do you not want to run a program called The Blob? That's one I might want to do soon. So it's a Sprite program, it looks like, by Jim Peterson, whose name appears everywhere. Let's see, GPT has this to say: Homebrew and demo scene projects have implemented small LZSS/LZ77 decoders for the TI-99 4A. This could be useful for fitting text in RAM. Okay, I have to admit, I don't know what that means. What is an LZSS/LZ77 decoder? Is that just a type of compression, maybe? I don't know what that is. I'll look it up, though. Like a zip file. Okay, cool. Well, that's cool. So I wonder how that would work, because part of what I want to do, I guess I have two goals. One is to make this cool program I've had in mind for a long time, and two is to actually start selling retro software. And I'm going to do it on cassette. I want to, whatever I distribute, I want to be able to distribute it on cassette. So if that's the kind of thing I could, you know, package up in a program and use it on, for distribution on cassette, great. If not, then probably it's a non-starter for me, because, you know, while I want to create something cool, and I do want to find clever ways around the limitations, I don't want the clever ways around the limitations to prevent my ability to distribute software in a fun kind of way. And I've decided I want to do TI programs on cassette, because there is a collector's market for these things. There are people that are interested in the system, that do like buying things for their old hardware. Anything new that's available in an old-fashioned way it's not a huge market, but it's a market out there. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just distribute this program on cassette. So I will look into that. I'm curious about it. My immediate reaction is, I wonder if that means I wouldn't, you know, I'd be restricted to doing stuff on the emulator. Work on any medium. Okay, cool. So I'll have to look into that. Yeah, it's amazing what's possible. You know, it's part of what's fun. It's like discovering all this stuff like I was a kid again. You know, it's like a kid in a candy store, but now I have all the toys available to me. Like when I was a kid, I just had the console and a cassette player and a book and maybe another book from the library, and no magazines, no newsletters, no other hardware, no other resources. And so now it's, you know, I get to play with all these things I couldn't afford when I was a kid, or no one would have bought me when I was a kid. A lot of fun. Okay, what do we have here? Sound demo. Okay. With some changes by whom? Oh, also by Chick DeMarty, it looks like. Okay. So sound demo, it's original. Sound demo with Chick DeMarty's changes. Trying to be accurate here. So we know who it's. Yep, by W. Berentz. And this is by Chick DeMarty. Okay, we're on January still, right? Yeah. Random ramblings. Doesn't really have a name. Random sound stuff here. Vaguely remember all the different compression formats during 80s and early 90s. There were a lot of them. Yeah, and I knew nothing about them because I wasn't really doing computers. I was either a little kid messing around with plain old TI Basic from books and writing my own little simple programs, or I was doing other things until I got interested in my 286 PC. So I didn't experience any of that stuff. So I don't really know the lay of the land. Okay, so random land. Let's just call this. Listen to these. It's so. Is there a typo here? It's supposed to be TWO 2 beeps? I don't know. So random rambling beeps. So I think it's hard to tell who this is by. I think it's by this JP Hoddle. I'm going to run the risk of being inaccurate here. Okay, TI-99 for a keyboard tutor. Curtis Borders. I love these like random graphics thrown into like early versions of clip art. It's neat stuff. Okay. On to the next. That was January 1990. So February 19. Two more in this group. And we're on to the next location. February 1990. Just want to check this real quick. It's driving me nuts. Yes. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by pre-scanned file. Yeah, these, as far as I can tell, I mean, maybe some of them have OCR inside the files. Maybe from within the Adobe files are all PDF files. So I think maybe some of them have OCR within the files. Maybe, I'm not sure about that. I have no idea. But I know when you upload it to archive.org, it does its own scan of them. So the full text version on archive.org is from archive.org scan, but maybe there's OCR already been done on them in some way. I don't really know how that works. But yeah, these files are coming from an FTP server, and from what I gather, hitherto they've not been archived anywhere else, and hence they're not searchable. They're just in this random, these random directories on an FTP server. It just seems like a tenuous. Yeah, exactly right. It's a very late 1990s way of saving these files. And from what I gather, no one's taken the time to put them on the Internet Archive or anywhere else or make them searchable. So, figured I'd just take it upon myself to do it. Just do later, ask for forgiveness after the fact, right? Better to ask for forgiveness than permission, right? Oops. TI. Yeah, so, same thing with my grandfather's sermons. The ones that are typed, it's great to have searchable versions of them. A lot of them were handwritten, but maybe half of them were typed on typewriters. And the text recognition does an okay job on the old typewriter fonts and the layout of the sermons and whatnot. And is it perfect? No, but is it better than if I didn't do it at all? Yes, definitely. So the technology for the text recognition will probably keep improving, probably, or maybe it won't, and maybe it doesn't matter. The number of people that are interested in this stuff are minimal, but I figure the more people that can find things by searching, the better. You never know. It's like my blog posts. Some of the blog posts I've written have been quoted in books, and that's because they're searchable. People can find things by keyword, and if people find something useful, and they go, "Oh, I'm going to quote this person while I'm working on something." So I anticipate that over time, these things that I'm taking the time to upload will filter down into other things in ways that are unpredictable and interesting and novel, and some good will come of it. Maybe I'll never even see it, but I hope in 100 years or 200 years someone can find all this stuff, my grandfather's sermons especially, but these newsletters as well. They wouldn't be able to find them otherwise if I didn't take the time to do this, maybe. We'll see. Time will tell. I'll probably be dead. But someone will, after I'm dead, will probably still be finding this stuff. That makes it worth it, right? It's kind of a large file, 1.8 megabytes. Larger than some of the others, so we'll see what's in that one. Yeah, it's just weird to me that it's 2026 and these files are still being stored on an FTP server in the TI-99 community. So screw that, or on to bigger, better things. I like the Internet Archive a lot. I hope they persist. It's a major organization, but they've had funding issues and some legal issues and whatnot. So, but it's the best we have right now for preserving stuff. So that's got to use what you got. Files were uploaded. We were unable to query the server to see if your page is ready. Oh, okay, that's fine. I've seen that error message before. Maybe. They seem to have a lot of issues on the weekends. Their servers get overloaded. I see a nice HTTPS web interface for an FTP server. In the old days, you just use FTP. Yeah, this is I don't know what this is, but it's a web interface for an FTP server. I have almost no experience with FTP servers other than this. I don't really know. I'm out of my element to talk intelligently about it. Okay, February 1990. Here we go. Let's see. I love these cute little graphics too. It's cute. It's very retro. It's very 1980s and now 1990, but I love the 1980s, just feels so authentic. Like, it's just a cute little digital heart. So cute. Love it. Abstract, and because it was so pixelated, it had to be abstract. That's why I still gravitate towards retro games with a high level of abstraction. It's just part of my aesthetic that I grew up with, and I like even the platonic quality of the abstraction. Videotape Finder. Here you go. Here's a program to keep track of your videotapes. Okay, what's it called? It's actually called Videotape Search. Steve Davis. I still have some video. Do I have any videotapes handy? I might even have some of them. I probably have one on a shelf over there. Music Frequency Translator. That's cool. Music Frequency Translator. All I remember is we had to differentiate between text and binary transfer protocols. Yeah, out of my element. I know nothing about that. I'm glad some things were useful at the time, but I'm glad we've improved on them. Like, that was a great step, but not the final solution. So we're living in a better future, and that's, I think, what I like about emulators. It's like I like the vibe, I like the aesthetic, I like the old languages, but the emulators have some improvements over the old systems, and why not live in the future? Even if we're doing retro things in the future, it's just better to do it in a modern way to a large degree. So that's why I find myself using the emulators more and more. Hey, man, what you got?
A couple of them.
Oh wow, Girl Scout cookies! Wow.
But these are the Rocky Road. They don't taste like Rocky Road, but they're really good. I don't really. It's supposed to have like a chocolate almond cream. I don't
It doesn't
taste
taste
it.
like that at all.
Mm-mm.
I mean, it's no Thin Mints, so it's still good.
No.
But
It's a good chocolate cookie with like a nice chocolatey
yeah,
filling.
it's like a chocolate Oreo.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
Do you need a drink?
No, I'm okay right now.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, my love. You guys having fun out there? I'm not ignoring you, I hope.
Nope.
Just having a nice mother-daughter time.
Watching Dance Moms.
That's definitely a you, man.
I love you.
I love you. Girl Scout cookies. Yeah, you should definitely have a drink. I've got some coffee here, but it's cold now. I might have some more in a little bit. Might need some after the cookies, actually. So what does this music frequency translator do? Enter each note by a letter, and a plus or for sharp and a minus for flat. Computer will print the frequency of the note. Okay, well, that's easy enough. Although, I'm not much of a musician these days, but I used to play classical piano. My grandmother was a music teacher. And I've become interested in the history of different musical tunings, different ways of tuning the musical scale. I had no idea it was so complicated. We kind of take for granted that now an A is 440 hertz and so on and so forth, but A, that's not always true. The history of music. Not even true today. Different orchestras use different tunings. There's different ways of tuning the intervals. Like if you tune a perfect interval, the octaves that get out of tune. If you tune a perfect octave, the intervals in between are out of tune. So it's a constant trade-off. We've settled on modern conventions, but the history of musical tunings and scales is actually really, really complicated and really interesting and very mathematical. It's an interesting rabbit hole to go down as well. Okay. Any others? Yeah, I can see all this stuff like, oh, we regret to inform you that this is being discontinued. As different TI things fell off the radar. Okay, let's see if this is processing. Still working on it. Let's get the last one uploading. March 1990. Here we go. Then we're on to the next regions, newsletters. Made a sprite in both C and assembly. Haven't gotten into music yet. Yeah, the TI had you could do 3 notes of music at one time plus 1 noise channel, and there are different types of noise it could produce. So it was not super robust, but it was more robust than other systems at the time. So you could do pretty cool music on the TI. Cool in a very early 1980s kind of way, but more complicated than you might think an old computer system could do. I was gonna go earn some money today. I've been doing Uber driving for money. I'm between full-time jobs, which is very, very frustrating. Have been for some time, and haven't had much luck getting a job in my field, either teaching or instructional design work. The world of education is in chaos right now for lots of reasons, politically, but not just politically. It has a lot of economic factors as well. So I've been doing Uber driving for money, and it's just more exhausting than I thought it would be, but I really enjoy it. I get to talk with a lot of nice, interesting people all day. And I was going to go out and do some Uber driving today, but I woke up feeling a little tired from driving this week, and I'm like, I'm just going to take the day off. So I've taken the day off and spending time on these cool things, having a cool conversation with you. I'm going to channel surf for retro programming. I'm sure I'll find my way back. Yeah, by all means. There's lots of stuff going on retro things going on Twitch. It's really, really neat. If you can find your way back, great. Check out my YouTube channel if you get a chance to. I've got lots of retro stuff on my YouTube channel. You can find a link to it in my Twitch description. Or you can just search for me by name, Zachary Fruling or Cozy Azeroth. Either one will lead you to my YouTube channel. In fact, I put a link to a video up above. So please check that out. Otherwise, thanks for tuning in. If you find your way back, great. If not, I hope to catch you again in the future. Thanks for tuning in. Catch you next time. March 1990. Let's see if February's done processing. Nope. It's the waiting for archive.org makes this really tedious. Actually, looks like I'm having a connectivity issue here. Yeah, archive.org is having some issues, it looks like. We'll see if it comes back up in a second. If archive.org itself goes down, then we'll end this and do something else, but give it the benefit of the doubt here for a minute. Okay, there it goes. I think we're back up. Yep, there we go. Still processing, but we're getting more files generated. All right, let's work on the March programs. I love these like personal stories in some of these newsletters, things that are, I think everyone has personal stories about everything, but most of them are lost to time, and once in a while something like this surfaces and someone's story gets archived for posterity. Okay, what do we have here? TI-99. Cute. Is that Madison or Madigan? It's an S, Madison. Hard to tell though, isn't it? It kind of looks like a G. It's hard to tell. Zoom in a little bit here. Doesn't look like an S, does it? It looks like a G. Brian Madigan, okay. Apologies if I get these names incorrect based on the quality of printing here. And is that, to me, that looks like a G as well. Look, the S has this little insert here. And I don't see that. I think that's Mijikovsky. Okay. Apologies for anyone's name I mess up. Talk to the people that made copies of copies of copies. That's it. Okay, let's let these process. Okay, since this is the last one of this group, we're going to let this process, and then I'll move on to the next group of newsletters, which are what? What's next? After Decatur, we've got Delaware Valley. Let's see what we're working with here. Okay. It's called Data Bus. Delaware Valley Users Groups. Why is it called Data Bus? I love them when they mention ham radio stuff in these newsletters. Okay. Are the later ones called Data Bus or something? The Data Bus, yes. Okay. The Delaware Valley Users Group. Sometimes the names change, so I have to pick something to call them. I gotta double check. The Data Bus, the Delaware. I think I'll use that. The Data Bus, the Delaware Valley Users Group. Let's let this one finish up, though. And we'll dive into that. We're creeping up on 4,000 programs. Can't believe it. Oh, you're back. Hello. Welcome back. Glad you decided to return. I'm on the very last one for this group, and the next group looks to be the Delaware Valley Data Bus newsletters. So, for example, each one is, again, it's a different group of folks doing different stuff, different layouts, different topics, different whatever. So, look forward to check that out here in a minute. Just going to let this one finish processing one thing at a time. Not really in a rush, so. Did you find any other cool retro stuff going on Twitch today? Kind of hit and miss for me, you know. I like a lot of retro things, and, you know, do I need to watch someone else play them? You know, maybe. Depends what mood I'm in. I mainly stream World of Warcraft, even though I'm doing retro stuff now, and commonly, most of the time when I'm streaming, something like 75% of the time, I'm doing World of Warcraft streaming. And once or twice a week, I do something retro like this. And this is, even when I'm doing retro, I tend to do retro programming or retro gaming. Oh, yeah, I guess I just kind of, go to browse by topic, just go to the retro category and see what people are doing, or go to the World of Warcraft category and see what people are doing. Okay, this one's done processing. Let's grab some links. We just have one program, TI Tiles, TLES. There it is. I'll give it a second. Yeah, once you get up to the number of files being 14 or greater, if it's able to grab the page numbers, it will have grabbed the page numbers and then change the URL. And it's not a big deal because when they update the URLs, the old URLs still point to the current URLs. It's okay. But I try to give it a chance to find the actual page numbers if it can. It could not in this case. Okay. Here we go. Let's go to the next. So what I found is that the older versions of these were not yet called the data bus, but the newer ones, they settled on the name of the data bus. And here's a cool thing about amateur radio. So I'm flagging all the ones that have amateur radio because I'm interested in the TI's use in amateur radio, which was before my time in ham radio. So I do want to learn about how people were using the TI to do ham radio stuff. But let's see how they were titled towards the end here. They were titled the data bus, the Delaware Valley Users Group. So that's, I think, what I want to do. I got to call them something, and I want it to be consistent, even if it's a bit of a retronym to call these older ones a name that hadn't been come up with yet. So let's download that. Databus 8406. Okay. Upload. Now I want to look at the newer one to make sure I get this right. The databus. The Delaware Valley Users Group. I can live with that. Newsletter. And this would be, what, June 1984? Not that one. That one. Yeah, June 1984. I don't know anything about ham, but I know Meshtastic. I don't know what Meshtastic is. But yeah, I've been a ham radio operator since I was 13, and my dad was a ham radio operator, and my grandmother was a ham radio operator as well. So I've been doing ham radio stuff off and on all my life. It comes in large waves. I get into it for a while, then get out of it for a while. I got other hobbies, as you can see. Been meaning to get back into it. I'm in an apartment right now, so I need to get an antenna put up, which is not easy to do in an apartment. It has to be kind of a stealth antenna outdoors, which I've done many times before. I just haven't been into it, but I am very curious about how the TI was being used for ham radio stuff. And it was being used for things like logging your contacts. It was being used to do things like radio teletype and packet radio, digital means of communication over radio, Morse code translators or Morse code practice programs, things like that. It's only a few things you could really have done back in the day, all of which are kind of interesting, I think. Okay, 1984. June. English. Let's see how it goes. It's weird. I got a phone call claiming to be from American Express, but I suspect that it is a spam call. Oh yeah, scam. Yep. Taking a minute to create this page. Archive seems to, sometimes it works really efficiently, and sometimes their servers just seem to get backed up and they have a queue for processing stuff. And, you know, works really, really super well early in the morning on weekdays and slower on the weekends. There we go. Let's see what we're working with here. Just curious if there's any. No. First ones on those keywords, okay. I'm gonna. So it mentions I'm favoriting all the ones that mention amateur radio because I want to circle back and aggregate those together in some way. So what were they doing? Computers decoding Morse code. Yep. I don't see any programs in this one. That's easy. On to the next. See, now it's putting them in the proper order. It's so weird. Okay, the data bus, and it was what? The Delaware Valley Users Group. I don't know, I have a hard time remembering that. Okay. The Delaware Valley Users Group. Type today. Newsletter. July 1984. Also, one thing that's pretty cool is archive.org seems to have collections of various things, collections of newsletters, collections of magazines, collections of whatever, and not all of them, but a great many of these that I'm uploading are getting detected by these people that are running these other collections. They're getting added automatically to other people's collections, which is pretty cool. So I noticed that these are commonly being added to collections of old computer users group newsletters, which is probably worth checking for Commodore 64 stuff as well. Okay, 1984, July, English, go. Yeah, so computers are capable of decoding Morse code and sending Morse code with an accuracy not possible before now. Computers can also send and receive teletype messages. A more esoteric use has been the use of microcomputers in controlling our amateur radio satellites. That's right, we amateurs actually put several communications birds or satellites up. At our next meeting, look around. Chances are they'll be sitting near a ham. Yeah, it's a great hobby, learning about electronics and basically just talking to other people by radio. It's a lot of fun. You met all kinds of interesting people all over the world from all different walks of life. It's very egalitarian. There are ham radio operators from every walk of life. Yeah, a lot of fun. Okay, here we go. July 1984. So someone took the time to annotate these. I don't know who scanned all these originally, but you know, oftentimes they seem to be copies of copies of copies. Back in the days, games for Commodore 64 came in cassettes. Yep, same thing on the TI, and disc as well. Mid-80s, none even heard of BBS, unlike a running editor and assembler. Yep. I did see, in fact, even on this, remember I was checking this message board for a response to a question that I put out there. Look at this down here. This guy's a profile. He's running a bulletin board system right now. Heatwave BBS running on a TI/Geneva hardware via a UDS-10. I don't know what that is at 38.4K. Collect via telnet at heatwave.ddns.net and a certain port 9640. So people are actually running like retro bulletin board systems on original hardware. I would love to know how to do that, and I'd love to set one up, and I'd at least love to access them. I just didn't experience it growing up, so I don't really know how to do that, much less how to do it on a modern computer system. So something to explore. But it's cool that people are bringing back bulletin board systems. It's pretty neat. Retro is in, I'm telling you. Okay, let's see if there are any basic programs in this newsletter. Doesn't look like it so far, which is great. Makes my job easier putting together a list of programs. Oh, here's one. What do we got? Demonstration of the Tiger Cub software two-way print routine. Okay. So Tiger Cub two-way print routine. That's by Jim Peterson, Tiger Cub software. And what do we have? What are we calling this one? What was it? The Data Bus, Delaware Valley Users Group. Widen that a little bit. It's July 1984. Yeah, it's like you see all these weird little ham radio references. Delaware Amateur Supply. It's probably a ham radio store selling. They happen to be selling discs. So let's let that process. See if this one's done. Nope. I don't want to get more than a couple ahead at a time, so taking my time here, especially on a new batch. I just want to get them organized and then start working on. I can crank out the later ones, but first couple of them I want to take my time, make sure I'm happy with the way I'm describing them, the keywords and whatnot. Yeah, I want to check out that that old bulletin board system if someone's running a retro one. But it seems like, and I don't really know how this works. Like, so connect via Telnet. I don't know what Telnet is, and I don't know what. I mean, is this like a bulletin? Is it like a modem emulator or something? So you can access, modem-based things through the internet on modern systems, even though they're running it on an old computer system. I really don't know anything at all about how to interpret how that works. I need to ask someone how that works. I would love to check it out. I do have an original TI. So what is Telnet? I don't know anything about Telnet. I have a TI out there. I don't have a modem for it, but I could get one. Not that it works anyway. Like the phone lines just don't work the same way. Like how would you even connect your TI? Or maybe it emulates a modem but then sends it over the internet. So you plug your TI into this UDS-10, whatever that is. Text-based connection with zero security. So from what I gather, so they've got their TI hooked up to something that emulates a modem that you can access via the internet. So I could take my computer here and connect it to this old bulletin board system, or same thing, get one of these UDS-10s, hook it up to my actual TI, and then access their bulletin board system with my TI, but connected to the internet in some way. Inquiring minds want to know, as they used to say. Just letting these first two process before I start cranking up more. In fact, I wonder while we're talking about it, while we're waiting, let's just go to the top level of this TI-99 4A forum. So it's on Atari Age, which has stuff on retro computers, but they've got a TI-99 4A forum, like the main TI-99 4A forum out there. So let's just search for BBS and see what we find. It'll take a second because this site is mind-bogglingly slow for some reason. Okay, I need someone to test using a Telnet client to see if they can connect to my BBS. Okay. So there's a few BBSs out there, it looks like. heat wave. It's another one. TI-99. There's a few of them. I want to check this out. I mean, that's a topic for another day, but I do want to see how it works. Okay, this one's done. There were no programs. So done with that. This one's still processing. Just kind of skim the newsletter while I'm waiting for it to process. It's all this stuff on hardware modifications too. Okay. Yeah, one's encrypted or secure and one's not, so on and so forth. Yeah, I definitely want to check it out. Something that's been on my list. It'd be cool to run one actually. If I could take my old TI and get some bulletin board system software installed and hook it up and run a bulletin board system here from my own TI. That would be cool. In some sense of cool. Actually, since I'm a ham radio operator, there were ham radio bulletin board systems called via packet radio, so they were called packet BBSs, packet bulletin board systems. And I would love to run a packet BBS, maybe even from a TI. That would be a wonderfully retro thing to set up, even from a ham radio standpoint, because a few people are still doing packet bulletin board systems, and probably they're not doing them on a TI. It would be cool to run one over the radio from my TI. That would just be weird, my kind of weird. The nice thing is it doesn't need to be connected to anything. It's all done by radio, right? So you just hook it up to your ham radio, and you don't need to worry about the phone line component of it. Maybe I'll consider that. That would be an interesting project. I'm not sure. I've never done packet radios. I'd have to learn about packet radio and how to. Sort of. So ham radio has two I would say two halves to it. One half is shortwave radio, in which you can communicate around the world via shortwave radio frequencies. And then there's local VHF and UHF frequencies that you can use that are local, but they use repeaters, which are radio repeaters on mountaintops or tall buildings to cover a broader area than literally just line of sight. Yes, you can talk around the world on shortwave radio. So I've talked to people all over the world, radio to radio, with no infrastructure, using voice and Morse code. And there are digital communication modes you can use for shortwave radio as well. But packet radio is generally just used on VHF and UHF frequencies in a more local kind of way, kind of like a local bulletin board system. I've talked all over the world. In fact, when I was when I was studying for my ham radio license back in the early 90s, no, I'm not pulling your leg for... You think I'm pulling your leg? I'm not pulling your leg at all. When I was studying for my ham radio license in the early 90s, circa 1990, 91, they still required a Morse code exam. And so I had to... My grandmother used to make me practice Morse code by reading the road signs aloud in Morse code verbally while we were driving, and there would be a challenge, like, can you read the road sign in Morse code before we get to the road sign? So I learned Morse code pretty well. In fact, you could probably tap Morse code on my forehead if I were ever in a coma, and I'd pop right out of it. So the ham radio includes shortwave frequencies. You can literally talk around the world. And with shortwave frequencies, what happens is radio waves get refracted by the ionosphere. And it's kind of like the frequencies of light in a prism. Different frequencies get bent to a different degree. So some frequencies get bent in such a way that the ionosphere refracts them back toward the Earth, and then they kind of bounce off the Earth. So radio waves literally get refracted and bounce between the ionosphere, refracted by the ionosphere, but kind of bounce off the Earth. And they literally bounce their way all the way around the planet. So you can talk to people all over the world with shortwave without any infrastructure, no repeaters, no infrastructure. Now for VHF and UHF frequencies, which are higher frequency, those frequencies don't get bent as much by the ionosphere, and so they literally just kind of pass through. They get bent a little bit, but they don't get bounced back to Earth. So that's why VHF and UHF frequencies are more line of sight, and they're more for local communications using things like repeaters. But no, ham radio license gives you access to shortwave frequencies as well, and you can literally talk around the world. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. In fact, let's see if I can find some reference here for you. Ham radio. Let's see if I can find privileges. Here you go. This will give you, again, there's a little bit of jargon here since it's a hobby with a lot of specialized terms, but this gives you a sense of the radio frequency privileges you have with a ham radio license. And you can see it mentions here shortwave bands or HF are suitable for worldwide communication. VHF, UHF bands normally provide local or regional communication, so on and so forth. If TCP/IP is packet switching, what would that make ham? Well, again, ham radio is the radio service, and that has a lot of different frequencies you can use and different modes of communications. So the frequencies are things like HF versus VHF versus UHF, and then there are different modes of communications. There's Morse code, there's voice, and there's different kinds of digital communication. One kind of digital communication is packet radio, which I think uses packet switching. I'm not an expert in it. I've never really done it, but I think it's analogous because it uses a packet switching method, but by radio. So I think those are analogous. But there are other kinds of digital communications that work totally differently as well that I know about to various degrees. Mostly don't know about because I've never done them. But yeah, maybe we can find an article here on modes of communication. Digital and computer-assisted mode. So here you go. Personal computers, blah, blah, blah. Radio teletype used to be done by mechanical devices, done by computers nowadays. Here you go. Packet radio, TCP/IP. There you go. That kind of answers your question. PSK31, FT8. Those are more modern digital communications. What spectrum or frequency do you have? I can find a frequency chart for you. To show you exactly where oop, I have a connectivity issue here. There we go. Frequency charts. Here you go. No, not what I meant to click on. Color. Well, actually, I'm just going to give you this link here. Follow this link. And then open one of these PDF charts here, and you can see a chart. I'll pull it up here right now. But here's a chart of the different frequency privileges you have. There are different classes of license, and the different bars here correspond to the different classes of license. So extra, let's see, this is general. What do we have here? Novice, technician, general, advanced, and extra. There used to be 5 classes of license. Now there's 3, but some of them still exist. But these are the you see the frequency in megahertz and the wavelength in meters. So shortwave, the cutoff is about right here, about 10 meters and below in terms of frequency or shortwave radio. So these are all used for international communications, not just local and international, but they're all capable of international communication. 6 meters sometimes because it's right on the cusp, on the cutoff of this is right about where the cutoff is for radio waves being bent back to Earth by the ionosphere. And then you can see these VHF and UHF frequencies here that are more for local communications. But which frequencies you get are a function of which class of license you have, and then which modes you can use. There's some detail to it. You learn all about what you're entitled to when you study for a license. But great hobby, highly recommend. There's so much to learn about, and it's fundamentally a communicative hobby. So you say, I think one should know one way of talking to another's if doo-doo happens. Yeah, I think, there's definitely, I would say this is a recent phenomenon in the ham radio, but I think there's a group of people that are apocalyptic in their thinking or survivalist in their thinking, or they expect the worst for society, and so they get ham radio licenses so they can communicate and do such things, worst case scenario kind of stuff. But that's a fairly recent phenomenon, although emergency preparedness has always been a part of ham radio. In fact, there's a national emergency preparedness exercise called Field Day that happens once a year where ham radio operators, take their portable equipment and portable power and go out and, basically have a contest talking to as many people as you can, but for the sake of emergency preparedness. So, and ham radio operators commonly assist emergency services, law enforcement, and healthcare services and whatnot during actual emergencies. Very common because a lot of the infrastructure goes down during emergencies. And ham radio operators have infrastructure-free means of of communicating. So, yeah, ham radio operators definitely are out there and help the world in ways that are not commonly understood by people that have never had to think about it. Kind of want to buy a mesh-tastic device to be like ham, but for local area. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of radios that don't need ham radio. You just get to do a lot more with ham radio. You can talk to people around the world. You got different modes of communication. There's all kinds of cool stuff you can do on ham radio that you can't do on other radio services. So you have to work at it. You got to learn enough to get a license, but it's pretty easy. Just multiple choice tests. You learn some electronics. You learn some radio theory, rules and regulations. National regulations and international regulations, some basic radio safety stuff, since you can use much higher amounts of power on ham radio than on most other radio services that you have access to without a license. So, and they incentivize you. You learn those things, you get a license, you can do a lot more, you get access to frequency privileges that let you do cooler things than you can do on some of these other radio services. So, highly recommended as a hobby. It's been a lifelong source of enjoyment for me off and on over the years. Yeah, and it's like any hobby, it's got a lot of different aspects to it. You know, if whatever you're interested in, you can probably find a way of doing it in ham radio. It's just not for commercial. It's not a commercial radio service, so you can't use it for any money-making venture. Can't charge for doing things on the radio, and it's not broadcasting. It's for two-way communication, so you can't broadcast, can't run your own radio station, that kind of thing. But it's if you're of the communicative sort, which you clearly are. Highly recommend it. Meet a lot of really interesting people. I mean, just off the top of my head, I remember one time I talked to some guy in Morse code, and he was an engineer on the Apollo missions. Like a great many people were engineers on the Apollo missions, but he was an engineer for the Apollo missions for NASA. How cool is that? I got to chat him up about the Apollo program on Morse code. It was so cool. Odd radio. A strange thing, yes. Highly recommend it. If you're interested in it, let me give you a link. The main organization of amateur radio operators in the United States is the American Radio Relay League, ARRL. And let me. Why am I on this particular page? Okay, here we go. Licensing, education, and training. It says one viewer in Twitch, but there are two. Yeah, weird. I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't update for some reason. I don't fully understand. So here's a link to the American Radio Relay League's website, and at the top of their page here, you can see they've got a thing about licensing, education, and training. On the air, is that like stuff you can do on? Oh no, that's a magazine they've got. You know, here you go. Learn more about ham radio right here. So just explore around. You can read about it. A lot of cool things. Lifelong hobby for me, and like I said, my dad was a ham radio operator. He got his license, and my grandmother did at the same time in 1962. And yeah, and when I was a young preteen and teenager, my grandmother got me into it and studied, got my license, and dove right into doing Morse code. It's still my favorite thing to do on ham radio. Sorry, I keep refreshing this page. I'm waiting to see if it processes so I can grab the links to the individual pages here. It's night here, supposed to sleep. Guess that's why there's only one here. Yeah. Where are you? I'm in California, so it's 3:50 p.m. right now. Oh, Auden, it's you. Hello. Hi, Auden. I didn't realize it was someone else chatting. It was the same color, so I didn't see it was someone else. Thought you were. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Hi, Aud. Good to see you again. I was. Because my monitor is some distance from me. I'm off to the side here where I monitor the stream, and both of your names were in green. I just didn't notice there was someone else chatting. So yes, hi Odd. I know you're over there. Yes, how you doing? I thought you were Nano Machines. I've been working on uploading these TI users group newsletters to archive.org and working on my list of typing programs here. Just going very slowly because archive.org is running a little slowly today. The night is still young. It is still young. I'm a night owl myself. Soon done? Yeah, it won't be done soon. I estimate I'm maybe a quarter of the way into this project. This is going to take months. And we were kind of looking, I'm on this, in fact, where did it go? I posted a question to maybe you can help me on, but I posted a question on the Atari Age TI-99 4A forums. Let me find it here today. Let me just get to the right section here. It's in the development section. I'm working on my new Socrates game, which you may or may not have seen. I don't remember if you were tuning in while I was working on it. But, I'm a little concerned about the size of the program given everything I want to do. So I'm looking for ways to optimize my code, not from a performance standpoint, but from a memory management standpoint. I want it to be as lean as possible so I can pack as much in there. So I have this question about how to do that, given what I want to do for the program, and someone's responded. So I was kind of keeping an eye on that. And we were talking about the TI and ham radio stuff, so we were looking up some ham radio stuff while we were waiting for archive.org to process this file, which it just did, so there we go. Let's grab some. Actually, there were no programs in this one, I don't think. Yeah, nope. Oh, there was. Yeah, the Tiger Cub software one. Right here. Boom. On to the next. So I'm on the Delaware Valley ones right now. The data bus. The Delaware Valley Users Group. Yeah, so I was going to do some Uber driving today for money, but I decided to take the day off since I was a little tired. And so I figured I'd work on something non-programming, a little mentally lighter weight than programming. And this is a long-term project I've been working on for a while. So you've seen the spreadsheet before, I know. But I want to get all of these newsletters that are just stored on this weird FTP server onto archive.org, and I'm the kind of guy who will crank it out, and most people are not, so I'm cranking it out. It's going to take me a few months, but it'll be worth it. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I hope that it pays off in the long run. Like, there's just no reason for all this valuable information to be stuck on this wackadoodle, 25-year-old FTP server. It's like, it's too fragile. Like, if that goes away, we're going to lose all this stuff, right? So getting them up to the Internet Archive seems like the way to go. And it's very tedious. I'm doing them one at a time, make sure I get all the metadata added in, all the dates. So it's really a nice searchable archive. And I haven't really told too many people about it. I've told you about it, and I haven't posted it anywhere yet. I'm just want to do it, and then I can kind of announce to everyone, hey, guess what? Everything's out there. So it's not really a secret, but I'm just it's just the right thing to do, and I'm really probably one of the only people that will take the time to do it on this planet. So I figured I would just do it and have some fun with it along the way, and selfishly put together this list of programs for my own purposes and for the community's purposes. The great maker. Thanks. I don't know about that. I'm no Jim Peterson, right, from the community, but I do think it's been some time since people have really thought about what the best way to aggregate all of this TI information is. A lot of the resources that are there were put together 20 years ago, and things have changed and there's better tools now, and some of the people that worked on these things back in the day aren't alive anymore, and we middle-aged folks have to rise to the occasion and work on stuff now, or it's our turn to take the baton and preserve this stuff for yet another generation. And if we don't take the time to preserve this information, it will literally just be lost, and young people won't even know about it. And I think it will be true that probably, say in 50 more years, maybe I'll still be alive in 50 years, but probably not. there will probably be some young person that will stumble upon these archives and stumble upon Classic 99 and geek out on TI-99 4A stuff in 50 more years. It would not surprise me at all, but only if we take the time to do this stuff, right? I think the TI will probably live longer than us. People will continue discovering stuff. There are people like me that still do Morse code on ham radio, and there are people that geek out on everything old. A smaller amount of people as time goes on, but I think people will still find stuff and geek out about old things. There's a certain personality type that's drawn to the anachronistic and the esoteric in life. I'm one of those people. You're one of those people. There are a lot of people out there, but probably fewer as time goes on. But those people will still pop up and still find things, but only if we make it easy for them to find the cool tools, right? Cool stuff about the TI. People are wanting to make it. I'm not sure what word you use. SMALE, and it still works. Tiny, small. Oh yeah, small. It does still work. Yeah, I have one out there. It works great. I don't see any programs. Some of these don't have any programs yet. These are great, so they don't have to take the time to add them to my list. Just double check. No programs in this one. Nope. On to the next. I love all this ephemera too, like Bilbo Baggins, Master of Bag End, Hobbit in the Shire, begs the honor of your company his annual birthday party to be hosted by his most gracious friends at the Days of Nights, Newark Mini Mall, Main Street, Newark, Delaware, on Saturday, the 22nd of September, 1984, from 1 to 8 o'clock in the afternoon. All hobbits, elf friends, and lovers of good food and adventure are most welcome to partake in the free refreshments, games, prizes, and entertainments. Inquiries may be made to proprietor the Days of Nights. I love random shit like that. Stuff that would be lost if it wasn't preserved, Ephemera. All right. That was August 1984. Next one. September 1984. I just want to check something real quick. Yeah, okay. I want to make sure I was putting the word "the" in there. The Delaware Valley Users Groups, and that's how they have it listed here. Excuse me. Oh, I already downloaded that one. Okay. I'm having a problem with my computer not organizing the files correctly. It seems to reset after every download. It's very annoying. The sad thing is now it's all about money, so what you're doing is so important in the future. I'm glad you think so, because I think so as well, and this is the kind of thing that is not a money-making venture. It's not really productive in any modern sense of money-making productivity. It's just so important for history and for the history of things we are interested in. Typo. And I don't know if I showed you, I showed this a few minutes ago to Nanomachines on the chat, but let me show you right now. Another archive project I've been doing on archive.org is my grandfather's sermons. My grandfather was a minister in my hometown for 43 years, and I have about 1,000 of his old sermons, typed and handwritten ones. And so I've uploaded those as well. So a lot of them are typed, some of them are handwritten, but here's a typed one, for example. And I took the time to scan all of those and archive them as well. Hey, you're back, getting food, okay. So it's not just TI stuff. I've become a bit of an archivist generally. And I just happen to have fortunate to have a large collection of family history things that needed archiving as well. So, let's see, September 1984. But yeah, this is what I spend my spare time doing these days. I've got other hobbies and other projects, but this is an important one to me. Okay, 1984, 09, English, upload. Yeah, I really think that there's a real danger of some of this cool information being lost. I think where it is right now is too precarious and tenuous. Um, I think it's likely that the Internet Archive or some form of it will be around in 100 years. And so, yeah, this is the thing to do to make sure these things get preserved. And I really do think that young people will continue to discover it. In fact, when I went to the Vintage Computer Festival, Susan and I went to the VCF West show in Mountain View back in September last year. And I was amazed how many young people were there working on or doing things with old computer systems. It wasn't just old guys, middle-aged guys and up. There were a bunch of young people out there discovering and doing cool things with old computer systems just because they think it's cool. And so I think, yeah, if we make it easy for people to find stuff about the TI, especially with emulators, but also with original hardware, young people will continue to discover it, and there'll be another generation or two at least of TI users for us to have fun chatting with over the years. So, yeah. Mr. Archive, out on new adventures. Yes, that's it exactly. I like it. And a very Michel Foucault sense of an archivist, right? And uncovering lost pieces of computer history and social history too. It's part technological and part sociological history. Okay, let's see if there are any programs in this one. Also, I see that there are people, we were talking about this a minute ago, Odd, before you showed up. We were looking, there are people running modern bulletin board systems on old hardware. I totally want to know how. I've never done bulletin board systems. I was too young to do bulletin board systems back in the day, and I would like to figure out how to access modern bulletin board systems that people are running on the TI. That would be a lot of fun for me. Maybe you know about it, maybe you don't. I definitely don't know about it, so I'd like to figure out how that works. No programs in this one. These people are making it easy for me here. Okay, on to the next. That was September, October of 1984. Yeah, same. I like cool things on the screen, but I like the idea of bulletin board systems. I think if I figured out how to run one, I could probably find a way to make it cool and interesting in a way that maybe other people wouldn't, because I like cool and interesting things. Also, I'd mentioned, again, I think as you were showing up, I'm a ham radio operator, and back in the day, people used to run packet bullet board systems via ham radio, and some people are still doing this. Not as common as it used to be. It's kind of an older digital mode at this point, but it would be really interesting for me to bust out my VHF UHF 2-meter ham radio, get my TI out, get whatever software it takes to run a bulletin board system, hook it up to my ham radio via a packet terminal, and run a bulletin board system via ham radio, a ham radio packet bulletin board system on the TI on original hardware. That would be really fun and weird and a cool project. It's a project for another day, but it would be a cool project for me to do. Some sense of cool, right? It's not cool, but it's interesting and fun. Cool for me. I can't type today. I knew you'd get it because you and I are like-minded that way. We like the esoteric for sure. Anyone who's interested in old computer systems has a taste for the esoteric, right? You have to. It comes par for the course. If you didn't, you'd do something else. You wouldn't be doing old computer stuff. Preaching to the choir, as they used to say. Interestingly enough, it is esoteric, but I think it's probably the Texas Instruments TI-99 4A is even more esoteric than a Commodore 64. Commodore 64 was more mainstream from the beginning, and now it's having a resurgence because you can buy a modern Commodore 64 that's backwards compatible with the old Commodore 64 off the shelf. It costs 300 some odd bucks. Buy one. I'm tempted to buy one myself since I never had one of the originals, and it would be easy to set up and use. And I've never messed with it. I'd like to give it a try. I'm fundamentally a TI guy at heart. I don't think I'd stick with it maybe, but insofar as I'm making retro software and have some ideas about how to go about selling retro software, it would probably make more sense for me to learn how to program on a Commodore 64 and make some things for Commodore 64 as well, because I think it's a bigger audience than there ever was for a TI. No, despite the fact there were so many TIs out there, Commodore was more popular than a TI by a lot. Had a longer run. So it would behoove me to get one. It's the long and the short of it. I think I will do that. Just need to bite the bullet on spending the cash, which is at a premium right now. I don't have much extra cash to give away. So, okay, October 1984. That looks good. Let's upload. Well, yeah. If I could sell some retro software and make a little money doing it, all the more reason to spend money and buy one. Absolutely. I don't know if you caught my stream of my last devlog stream working on the new TI game. Odd. Let me give you the link right now. If you didn't check this out, check this out. This is my second stream working on the new Socrates game in Extended Basic. Having some shoulder pain lately. It's actually kind of painful to sit at the computer for too long. Oh, talk too much showing its anti-aging cream ads. Yeah, I know. We're talking about how old we are. We're getting gerontology ads. Yeah, I figured it'll take me about 6 months to finish that game. About the same time as working on the Freeze's Fury game I was working on. Okay, let's see if there's any programs in the October newsletter. More Tiger Cub stuff here. Let's see. 28 column converter. By Jim Peterson. This was, what, October 1984? That's all for that one. I'm just checking these to make sure they're processing. The ones I've already uploaded, so I keep refreshing these to make sure they're processing correctly. Okay, so that was October. Now we need, it looks like November, December of 1984, 2 months in one. Just double check that. Yep, November and December. Give it time. The more time, the better it will be. Like wine, it will just get better. That's true. Although I do think you can over-engineer something, right? I have a very simple vision. My vision is that it's an open world game, kind of very similar to the Atari 2600 adventure game, where you're just a little square dot Socrates, just a square, 16 Fs, just a square. And you meander around this open world from screen to screen to screen. Each screen has a location and a non-playing character, which is also a little square. And each location corresponds to the location of one of Plato's dialogues, and you spend a little time having a little miniature, very, very, very condensed version of the dialogue, the topic of that particular Platonic dialogue. I'm not sure what the effect will be. I'll have to come up with some reason to do it. So what's the actual game? It's more like an experience than a game. And then eventually you meander into the end game of Socrates' life, where you have Socrates' trial and execution and the dialogues that take place about his trial and execution, and then the game ends. So just kind of like an open world meandering through Socrates' life and Socrates' conversations. It does sound cool. It doesn't sound. There's no real point to it. It's just an interesting way of playing a game on the TI and learning something cool in the process. I think there's no real point to it. I'm glad you think it sounds fun. I worry it sounds. I think it sounds fun, and I also think it sounds a little boring. So I hope you think it sounds more on the fun side. The data bus, the Delaware users group newsletter. Oh, Delaware Valley, right? It's the Delaware Valley. Yeah, the Delaware Valley users group. Gotta be careful here. November, December, 1984. I'm glad you think it sounds cool. I really am. I've had this little vision float of it literally for years, floating around in my mind. Easily for 10 years, I've had this idea in my mind, and now I'm working on it. So how cool is that? Things don't make themselves. You got to make them, right? And if I were a little wiser, I would do it a retro style game in a modern environment. I just like making stuff for the TI, and I'm going to sell it on cassette. So when the game's done, I'm going to put it on cassette, and I'm going to start selling them on cassette. And maybe I'll sell 5, maybe I'll sell 50, maybe I'll sell 100. I have no idea, but I'm going to sell them on cassette when I'm done. That's my plan. That's how they're going to be distributed. Yeah, Twitch has problems not keeping track of the number of viewers correctly all the time. I've had that problem happen commonly. I don't know what the cause of it is. The Delaware Valley users. I'm just making sure I get the keywords correct. The Phantom. Is this one done? I don't think there's any programs in September. It looks like it's done processing. Perfect. October's processing. Yeah, it's a labor of love, and I think what I'm going to do, because I do think I'll probably sell more if I did the same thing for Commodore. So I think what I'm going to do is make this program for the TI. And then I'm going to shift gears and maybe try to port it to the Commodore 64 BASIC, whatever that's called. So I think I'll probably sell more if I did it for the Commodore 64, given that the Commodore 64 Ultimate is out there. So a little bit of a learning curve to learn BASIC and in Commodore 64 and how it's different than TI BASIC. But I think if I did that, I'd probably sell even more. So, I don't really think I'm going to make a ton of money doing it. Definitely not. But I'd like to make some for the effort. So, I do anticipate selling this program, and the downside, of course, is once you put it out there digitally, people can just copy it. But I think I'll be a billionaire. Yeah, TI revival, right? No, if I sold 10 copies, I'd be happy, right? $10 a piece or $20 a piece or something. Not going to make much money at all, of course. Not really a money making venture. It's just for the sake of doing it. But I think it would be cool to create not just a program that people can play with, but an artifact that people can buy and enjoy for the collectors out there in the world. So maybe I'll do both. I'll distribute it digitally and have sell some on cassette for the collectors out there. But I just want to create something. I like making things. So I want to make a game, but I also want to enjoy it. I want to be a part of the old TI software world that doesn't really exist anymore, but we can resurrect it, right? We could all do that. We could be cool. We can all contribute and create something new out there for people to collect and find in 100 years. So why not make something physical? It's a lot more fun. Just do it because I can, right? Why not? Someone will buy it. Commodore 64 Ultimate looks like 297 pounds. Or euros, not pounds, euros, excuse me. I think there's different price points. I think they have different editions of it, so I don't know Yeah, I just don't know. 300 euros. I think it was selling for $350. I think I saw it. Maybe it was 300. Maybe it was 350. It was somewhere in there. So, but I think there's more expensive editions as well that are just cosmetically different. So, for $350, I could buy one. It's not going to break the bank. So I just have to wait for these to process so I can grab the link to the individual page where the programs are on. That's what's taking so long about this project, just waiting for archive.org to process everything. About this, you can see the number of files creeping up here. They add all the text recognition files and all these other versions of the files, the torrent file and whatever. I don't even know what some of them do. But once it gives, you'll see that what happens here is once it keeps going, it will give me the ability. Here you go. Boom. Now I can link to an individual page. And that is what I want to do for the purpose of my spreadsheet. Boom. Like that. And I'm checking my keywords. I'm always worried I'm going to mess up these keywords. What's the phrase in the construction industry? Measure twice, cut once. You just do it right from the beginning. You don't have to redo anything. So. The great maker. No, there are people that are much better makers than I am. I think I'm a careful, slow maker. I make cool things slowly. I don't think I'm very fast or efficient at it. I'm not even maybe the most creative. I'm partially creative. I do have the natural intersection of creativity and systemic, logical planning. So I can be creative and then actually bring it to fruition because I can make a plan. Not all creative people can make a plan, and not all planning people can be creative. So I do have both elements to my personality. Here's reference to Commodore right here. Boom. Turtle Maker. Yeah, that's more like it. For me, the refresh is just to it's just to see whether they're done processing it. So I'm refreshing and refreshing and refreshing just to, I'm waiting to be able to link to an individual page. So while the file's still processing, the only URL I have is right here. And it's just links to the beginning of the document. But once the file is done processing, you'll see the number of files here increases, and what will change in this window is that I can flip from page to page to page to page, and I can link to the individual pages. And since I'm compiling a list of the individual programs, I want to link to the individual pages, not just to the newsletter as a whole. So I'm literally just refreshing to see how far, see the number of files went from 5 to 6 here, so it's in the middle of processing this and generating all the files needed to do what happens on archive.org's end. And eventually, in this window, I'll be able to not just scroll, but tab, like in book form, from page to page to page, and the URL here is going to change as I flip from page to page. Yeah, they automatically create. So I upload the file, then archive.org has some processing that happens behind the scenes, and they generate all the other files that all the archive files, the text recognition file, and we can look at it here if you want here in a minute. Let's see the number of files just jumped from 6 to 7. They've done the OCR stuff on it now, but they still haven't created the flippable book. Didn't know which 64 manual to download. Yeah, I have no idea. No idea on that. I mean, archive.org almost certainly has a version of it saved on their website. So see now the number of files is at 10. And once this gets to, I think, 12 or 13, I'll be able to get the URLs that I want here for my spreadsheet. In fact, I didn't look. Are there any programs here? There aren't any, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. But I just want to make sure it's processing okay. So yeah, we're at 12. And so now, yeah, here we go. So now, look, I can flip from page to page, and as I do that, the URL here is changing, and I can link to an individual page if I want. But there are no programs in this file, so it doesn't matter. So let's get rid of this one. That was November, December. And we are on to January of 1985. Yeah, I just wish I had more time to work on this stuff. You know, I don't have a full-time job right now, but I do have to pay the bills, so I'm spending a lot of my time just Uber driving to make enough money. It's very frustrating, but yeah, it's okay. Probably having more fun than when I had a full-time job anyway. So 1985, 01, English, check the work, looks good, upload. I appreciate you guys tuning in while I'm working on something that's, you know, so tedious. I can only do, you know, 10 or 15 or 20 of these at a time. Then it's like, okay, got to move on to other stuff. So I appreciate you guys keeping me company while I'm working on this, chatting about things we're all interested in. It's a nice thing about the 21st century. It's actually, in a way, much easier to find people that share your interests. You know, back in the day, if you were a TI user, you had to do the users group routine, right? And correspond with people in the physical mail just to keep in touch with people who had your similar interests. And maybe once a month you'd go to a meeting or something. But now we can talk to people every day if we want on who share our interests. It's better in a lot of ways. Although it would be cool to get a. I've also I've thought about creating a new TI-99 for a newsletter of some sort. I'm not sure exactly what form that would take, but I've thought about maybe resurrecting the newsletter format. I don't know if it's worth it or not. It might just be a rabbit hole to go down and be a waste of time. Why not? I don't know. It just takes time. That's why not. Everything has an opportunity cost, right? If I spend time doing that, I'm not spending time doing something else. So I just have to make sure it's worth it, right? If not from a money-making standpoint, from a time standpoint. So here's some advertisements. You're asking about advertisements. Delaware Amateur Supply. So it's a ham radio store selling discs. Quartz Mill Computer. So there are advertisements in here. Here's a little program. What's this little program? 2 printer routines frequently are sought by new users. How to identify individual characters available for use in programs, and how to extend the print line past 80 characters for elite or condensed type. First, to see what characters your printer holds and their corresponding character numbers, run this program. Okay. I'm just going to call it printer characters. Not all these programs have names. I don't see an author of this view. Yeah, I've thought about that's a good idea. I've thought about starting just doing a small number of them and see if it gets any traction. You know, and I'd like to do it old school, like sending it in the mail, and you know, I don't know if people would pay for it. Like, why would people pay for that to subscribe to that, right? There'd have to be a benefit to it. I'm not sure what the benefit would be yet. Okay, it's not clear whose program that is at all, so. Yeah, I've definitely thought about it. I'd want to make it really retro, kind of like these, you know, retro font, retro formatting. Easier to read, not so, you know, not such crappy photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy, but retro in flavor. So I'd have to come up with the right program to create something retro looking. Okay, so we're done with that. Again, I'm also checking my... Yeah, I think you're right, that probably people would appreciate it. I think you're right. But again, if I'm going to charge money for it, because I'm not just going to, I'm not just going to do it pro bono and not, especially when there's costs in printing and mailing, that would have to be for the purpose of generating a little revenue. I just need to come up with some benefit so people would be willing to pay for it, if only to break even, if not to make a little extra money. So it could be advertisements, it could be, I don't know, I'm not sure. Gotta think it through a little better. Could bring people together to make stuff. I think that's a big incentive right there, that people could collaborate on their projects and share their projects and disseminate their information and actually write articles and not just make posts on Atari Age, but write articles that are useful for the long run. Get people creating more longer form articles than they're used to writing these days. Definitely. I'd like to veer back toward longer form content, not so much just short form posts. I'm a writer at heart, so I like long form content. Not everything has to be a post. Things should be articles. Don't suppose anyone knows Simon's Basic for Commodore 64? Not I. Nope, I know nothing about it. Never even heard the term, I don't think. So I do notice that this time of day, the processing speed in archive.org slows down. There are a lot of people using archive.org right now, and I think we're probably in the processing queue for their document processing. So that's why this last one I uploaded is just taking a minute. Like nothing's happening. And eventually it'll kick in, and our place in the queue will have been reached, and a couple minutes after that, the file will be processed. C64 must be some Stone Age thingy. Oh no, you're not reviving the old battles of Commodore versus TI versus whatever. We can all be friends. We need to work on our basic of choice and share our things. I never did. I never had a Commodore 64. I didn't know anyone with a Commodore 64. I knew some folks who had a TI, and didn't know that many computer people. Although, in California, a lot of people, this is somewhat unique to California. California schools had Apple IIs in the classroom. They were everywhere because Apple was getting tax breaks from the state of California for donating Apple II computers to schools across California. So even though I had a Texas Instruments at home, from first grade through sixth grade, all of elementary school, essentially, we had Apple IIs in the classroom, and that's what I used at school. So there were a lot of people that were in the Apple ecosphere here in California for obvious reasons. And then same thing in Texas. I think there were a lot of TIs in schools in Texas for good reason, right? So these things were very regional back in the day. We had this great computer at school. 40 minutes later, I was online. How old are you, Odd? Remind me how old you are. I see now it's starting to process. So we're up to 6 files from 5. Said the pixels per inch of the file. 56? Okay. Yeah, so you're older than I am. I'm 47. Yeah, I liked the Apple II in the classroom. Yeah, I had some great educational software on the Apple II. Yep, so now we're at 7 files, so it's starting to process. It'll just a minute, this one will be linkable. Although we didn't find any programs, right, so who cares, but I could go, sometimes if I'm working by myself, oh no, there's a program here, that's right, we got a link to that one. Sometimes I do 3 or 4 of these at a time, but I'm just feeling like going slow here and chit-chatting with you guys, and I can barely concentrate on 2 things at once, much less 5 things at once. So chat with you guys and work on these, and eventually I'm going to take a break and we'll start working on dinner over here. Susan is out spending time with her daughter out there, so I'm doing this, and they're having some quality time out there, so it's nice to have a little time to work on a project. It's nice for them to get a little hangout time as well, so it's good stuff all the way around. Okay, almost there to where I can link to an individual page. Any second. There we go. See, now I refreshed it. Now I can link to an individual page here. So let's go find that program. There it is. And let's grab the link, put it on the spreadsheet. Boom. Okay, that was what, January of 1985. I also just want to check my keywords, make sure they're working. Yep. Good, good. Let's see, February of 1985. What's the original file format I upload? I'm just uploading PDFs. These are just PDF files. Yep, so they're all just PDFs. And I think these are probably old PDFs. I mean, these PDFs were probably created 20 years ago. I mean, if you look at when some of these were, I think, let's see here. Yeah, okay, so here you go. These were last modified on this FTP server way back in 2010, 16 years ago. So who knows when the PDF files were created sometime before that. That's when they were uploaded. 2006 in some cases. Look at this, 20 years ago. So that's when these files, these copies were created. And now I'm just taking those PDF files and literally just uploading them to archive.org as they are. Not doing anything else to them. So February 1985. Oh, and yeah, I should point this out. So if you look here, let's refresh this. Show all. These are all the files that are created from the one PDF file that I upload. I don't even know what all these do. I got a torrent file, got a text file, some XML files with the metadata probably. I'm not sure what this HTML file is. A zip file, maybe with all the files, page number, JSON file, so on and so forth. So yeah, it automatically creates all that from the PDF that I upload. DJVU. I don't know what that is. What is a DJVU? Oh, right here. I don't know what that is. Yeah. I guess I could click on it, but I think if I click on it, it just downloads it. I don't think it does anything. Yeah, nothing's happening, so I give up. I don't know. What in tarnation? Exactly, right? It's all Greek to me. Which is funny to say while I'm working on a game about ancient Athens. Now it says there are 2 viewers correctly, so I think there's just some weird delay in how Twitch displays how many viewers there are. Doesn't seem to update correctly all the time. Yeah, so we're done with this one. Again, I just want to always check my metadata to make sure I haven't made any typos here. Boom. Yeah, I could. The problem is that's true. I guess there's lots of... Yeah, I could copy. Sure. Why not? You mean the metadata? All the keywords and stuff? In fact, there's even a way to preset the metadata, except it changes with every batch of newsletters, so I've never actually tried it. Maybe I should try it. Maybe it'll... maybe to give me some options, or give me a menu of batches of metadata I can drop in at once. I don't really know. But it's funny, I am the kind of person to do everything manually the hard way, which maybe introduces more errors, but it makes me feel good. I can just kind of get in a rhythm. It's sort of meditative. It takes a little longer, but I've done it all. I've done it by hand. I get my hands dirty a little bit. I feel like I'm actually working for a living. Okay, so we're on February 1985. Let's see if there's any programs in this one. There's one. What's this? Bubble sort. Okay, it looks like a bubble sort. Makes you look like a non-bot slash... Yes, exactly. It's a real human doing real work for the sake of history, yes. So this is a bubble sort routine. Who's it by? It doesn't say who wrote the program, though. Review from January meeting by program chairman Jim Davis. Maybe it is. I think so. Sometimes it's not always easy to tell whether the author of the article wrote the program that's being cited. A lot of the times that's true, but sometimes it's not. I think in this case it is, from context. Jim Davis, not to be confused with the creator of Garfield. Yeah, thanks. And plus it's kind of fun. It's a chance to, chit chat with people, and we can work on something. We're not really working on it together, but we're kind of working on it together. We're all in the trenches together, working on this retro stuff. Okay, so what's going on here? We have this. These just examples. So we have this little program here. It starts with line 110. Do I buy everyone pizza? Yeah, if I start a successful company, I'll hire you guys, and I'll buy everyone pizza. Sure, but until then, you're on your own. Okay, so these are just sorting examples, I think. Let's just say bubble sort examples. Actually, I'll just say various. We're all on the same theme, and it's all fine. There's a weird little... It's not a program, it's just... maybe it's all to be on one line, I guess? Looks like we have a charge and an uh-oh. Need a time machine into the 80s. I know a lot about assembly, could guarantee a job. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's right. And the music was better for sure. In fact, when I do my Uber driving, I'm mostly playing music from the 1980s. Which is a surprising amount of younger people know about. You think it sounds like something an old person would do, but no, young people know the music. Doesn't say who wrote those. A lot of question marks, no author. Okay, that's all for that one. Yeah, archive.org's processing speed is going down here, and this time of day a lot of people are using it more than usual, so in the morning it's pretty fast and there's not as much of a queue. In the afternoon it really does slow down almost every day, especially on the weekends. I'm going to pop over to to Atari Age and see if there's any more responses to my query here. Nope. What's funny is I think that's part of it. You get a little older, it's hard to distinguish, were things generally better, or you're just getting older and middle-aged and jaded like people tend to do, right? So, not always easy to tell. Older and wiser, or older and, more cynical. Schopenhauer would say there's no difference, probably. Being wise means being cynical. a very pessimistic bent on Plato's dictum to know thyself. I've made a rule that as you get older, don't get older. Yeah, I think that's, I forget who said it, but like there's something about getting older, you like rediscover play. Like you get so busy with work and seriousness and the practical parts of life in your 20s and 30s, and by the time you hit your late 40s, you start rediscovering how to play again. So we're playing, yeah. This isn't really important. I mean, it is kind of important for history, but this is not really important in the grand scheme of things. It's play. I'm just playing in my interests, you know. It's like building Legos, but with digital things. It's important to be a kid, but it's important to be a wise kid. You know, you don't want to return to, you don't have such childlike innocence that you lose all the wisdom you picked up along the way, right? You don't want to revert, but you do want to rediscover the innocence of being a kid with the wisdom that comes with old age. So I know it's tedious. Oh, see, now it's starting to work. They just started working on it, so boom. Just takes a minute. Because we can skim through the newsletter while we're waiting. I got a cat down here. Come on, Dinah. Come be on camera. Come on. Be a Twitch cat. Come on. You can do it. I think she wants out, actually. Hold on one sec. I gotta let my cat out. She wants to go get a snack. You want out? There you go. Oh yeah, she's a great cat, the sweetest cat I've ever had. I've had many cats in life, but she's by far the sweetest, and she just follows me around like a puppy dog, more or less. She's vocal, but she's extremely cuddly. Like every night she curls up right here under one of my arms. Every single night, she just loves being next to me. But she was hungry, so she went to go to the other room. Okay, see the number of files is going up. Right now we're at 12, and momentarily this one will be. There we go. And we do have a couple files, a couple links here to grab. Here's the sorting routines. And we have this weird call sound routines, wherever they were, right here. Boom, boom. And we're done with that one. Okay, that was February. March of 1985 is next. Actually, I want to check my keywords here, make sure they're picking up all the other ones. Yep. What's that song? She's still preoccupied with 1985. Bowling for Soup, 1985. You guys know that song? Great song if you like the 80s. Okay. Sorry, I just got to stretch my arm here. I've been having shoulder issues recently. I'm getting a little numbness in my hands too. It might be from time at the computer, but I've been working at a computer my whole life, so it's a relatively new phenomenon. Can I interest you in Linux? I've never used Linux, or at least not that I know of. I'm sure I've used things that are run by Linux, but I've never taken the time to become a Linux user. Maybe, I don't know, maybe not. Choose your battles in life, Never had an interest in operating systems so much. So let's see how many programs. I'm almost creeping up on 4,000 programs here. You know, if I it's a shame because, you know, on the one hand, it's like, wouldn't it be cool to collect all these together and aggregate them into a book or something? But I didn't write these programs. I can't make money off other people's stuff. It's just not the right thing to do. So it's a cool idea, but it's not on the right side of right. So I'm not going to do that. Redefining the cursor. Here we go. By T. Atkinson. I think I had an Atkinson up here somewhere. It's the same guy. Terry Atkinson, that's it. You're on your way over to Linux, have some PC with it on to get used to it. Only have one program to get over, drawing program. ThinkPads are one of the best. Okay, what do we have here? When using similar call routine subprograms with slightly different parameters, don't use an entire new routine in valuable memory. Plan ahead. For instance, pausing various lengths of time as users read different screens might warrant this technique. Call pause. Okay. Call pause routine. Like, who wrote this? I don't see an author here. Oh, wait, yeah, right here, I see it. J.D. Canning, okay. Based on tips from the Tiber Cup, what is this? Run and extend to basic only. Call color. Oh, cursor color. Okay, that's fun. Even these tiny little programs, I'm adding those to the list. Like, you know, is it really important that I add this to the list? Not really, but it's still fun, right? It's still a program. Oh, I hate these tips from the Tiger Cub articles. The programs are neat. The articles are just so difficult to read. Not only is the 4-column formatting so annoying, he's actually just not that great of a writer. He rambles a little bit and doesn't really label things very well, doesn't break things up very well, so it's really tedious to figure out what the heck is going on here. Okay. Key in this program and run. What is this program doing? Experimenting with TI Writer, line length. It's for printing in columns. It's funny because so many of these little basic programs are like weird things to do with your printer based on this weird thing you want to do, based on what printers could do back in the day. And it's like, no one cares about that these days. I like more fun programs than that. I think you're the same way, Odd, right? You like the fun programs. I don't care about this printer stuff, but I'm including them for completion's sake. I just don't care about them. opens a file, text 3 of 2 lines, 240 lines, 35 characters long, converts it into a file which can be printed out of TI-Writer editor as 2 pages and 2 columns. Like, what the hell do you call this? TI editor. Wait, TI Writer. Is that what it is? Yeah, TI Writer. It's called TI Writer file converter for columns, whatever. I have great respect for Jim Peterson's contribution to the TI community for his cool little programs. I do not respect his writing style. It's just not that good of a writer. Keys app. That sounds fun. TI is the foundation for so much. It is TI fault I know English. That's cool. Really, you learned English because of the TI? Is that true? Quick and Dirty Doodler. That's fun. See, this is what I mean. Like, he has these great, cool little programs, but then his writing is so hard to read, hard to follow, hard to skim. He's just not that clear of a writer. Character save to and character read. A read care. There we go. Oops. Here's a jewel of a routine from Danny Michael to avoid those lockups and other foul-ups that occur when you call init after you have already called init. Let's call it call init routine. Oh, no, it was from someone else, right? It was from Danny Michael. Danny or Denny? Danny. Oh, when I was a little kid, Knight Rider was my favorite program for sure. I watched Knight Rider all the time. I loved that show. That was a great show. Hard to convey how cool Knight Rider was. I met William Daniels, the guy that was the voice of Kit in Knight Rider. He was at a pop culture convention called FanX in Salt Lake City, and he was one of the attendees there. So I got a chance to, I had a photo with him and got an autograph and had a quick little 2-minute chat with him. Very, very brief, but very, very pleasant individual. Very nice. Very, very gentlemanly, I would say. Great. Yeah, it was really surreal and cool to oh, Transformers. Oh yeah, I like Transformers as well. Of course, Gen 1 Transformers. Absolutely. Absolutely. I love the Transformers the movie from whatever it is, 1985 or 1986 as well. It was the most 1980s experience you can have is Transformers set the hairband music, 2-hour-long toy commercial. Okay, scanning is done on this one, so let's grab some links. We're looking for redefining the cursor and the call pause routine. And whatever this is, cursor color. Boom, boom, boom. There's a recent YouTube channel, Hasbro, something has all the Gen 1 it finished airing the original series this week. That's fun. I bought them all quite some time ago on Apple, so I can watch them pretty much whenever I want. But yeah, I'm glad that people are rediscovering these things. Right? They're cool. We older people know it's cool. It's great that young people are discovering them. Okay, that was March 1985. So April 1985 is next. Bigger file, so must be a lot more in this stuff. Let's see in this one. Just check my keywords here real quick. Yep. I had them on DVD too. I just, like a great many people, I ended up buying digital versions at one point. The data bus, the Delaware Valley Users Group Newsletter, April 1985. I'm glad you think this is a valuable endeavor, Odd. I do worry that this is kind of a waste of time, but you assure me that it's worth the effort, so thanks for the encouragement. Oh. I'm glad, because I really feel like, my hope is that most, if not everyone, will think this is valuable. I worry that some people go, why are you doing that? You know, they're already on some other website, blah, 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 blah. But I think that it's the kind of thing that most people will find valuable, and they'll be glad someone else did. Right, exactly. Like, I think they'll be glad that I did it and they didn't have to do it. That's my hope. All right, let's see if there's anything in the April one here. Also, I noticed that these newsletters have a pattern. In the early 1980s, the users group started around 1982, 1983, 1984, when TI is already kind of falling apart a little bit. There's a lot of excitement, people adding new programs, sharing games, blah, 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 blah. And then, like, oh my God, Texas Instruments has discontinued the TI-99 4A. So then they go into panic mode, like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Is TI going to release another computer, the TI-99, the TI 99.8 or whatever it was going to be? And then they get into weird hardware stuff, like, oh, let's go into these weird modifications. How can I hook my computer up to this thing, or blah, 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 blah. And they kind of go into hardware mode. And then they go into, oh my God, people are stopping attending and stopping coming to the meetings because people are buying other computers. They get in panic mode, and then they kind of fizzle out. So most of these users groups go through a very similar progression from say 1983 till about 1990 or 1991. Some of them persist into the late 90s. I mean, one of them, I think, when it even went up to the year 2000. I think the Chicago one is still going to this very day, but most of them seem to have about a 10-year lifespan, and they have about the same logical progressions, steps to their progression as the others. Yeah, it is, and now there's a resurgence. Oddly enough, I think maybe I'm even part. I like to think I'm partly responsible for the resurgence. I mean, not just I, but there are people that like you and I, and the people that are continuing to be active, are keeping it alive. And because of that, I hope younger people discover it, or at least different people discover it. Okay, what do we have here? Handy debugging routine. Right after the first call clear, put in these temporary lines, then type list. I'll just call it debugging routine. But it is interesting though, because I do realize the extent to which you kind of stand on the shoulders of the people of the past, or the people that put more work in it than I did. Like, what's his name, Tersillian, whatever his name is. I can't remember. I can never remember his screen name. The guy who developed Classic '99. The ads are gone. Okay, good. He put a lot more work into TI stuff than I ever will. And we benefit from people like that. My contributions are little baby contributions compared to people like that. So that's why I can't take much of the credit for, without Classic '99, I wouldn't be doing any of this stuff. So who wrote this one? Oh, this is Jim Peterson again. Okay, this is a little something from Jim Peterson. Big surprise. For me, the challenge is to write programs that fit into constraints of 64K of RAM and a processor that is measured in megahertz. Yeah, I agree. I like constraints. I think I'm of the belief that constraints help creativity rather than hinder creativity. So the best work I've done has been within constraints, for sure. They force you to focus. I love this kind of stuff. Like, here's a little advertisement for the 10th annual Trenton Computer Festival. I like it. Just historically, it's like, this is something people were doing back then. Now we know about it because someone saved this newsletter. Okay, 28 column. We saw this one before, but that's okay. 28 column converter. In fact, it's right here. It's the same thing. I don't know why it's making another appearance here, but mini lesson and XBasic. How to avoid the size command with display at. Okay. Avoid the size command with display at. Jerry Glaze. How to talk when 17, was that 17,000? 17,000 people is much better at making a program.
Love you, Mama.
I love you. Oh, hi, Dad. Yeah, I wish I'd kept with programming when I was younger. I did it when I was a kid, and then I got busy with many other things, ham radio and school, and then I studied philosophy, so I wasn't doing any programming. Then I got a job working in educational technology, And because I had made a couple websites and because I knew a little bit about programming, they hired me, and I spent years writing writing and programming educational technology content, and working with software engineers to make cool little interactive widgets for my content. And then I really, over in the years I spent doing that, I picked up an interest in what programming can do to build something. And in the years since I had that job and that career, I've decided that I want to, want programming to be a part of my own personal creativity, and I have other kinds of creativity, but I'm glad that I picked it back up. I feel like I'm years and years behind other people, though, so I'm rediscovering the wheel in a great many ways, and you can see why I've gone towards retro programming. But I mean, on my website, you can see some of my personal programming projects. Like, I don't know if anyone's seen these yet, but let me share. There's some very, very small modern programming projects I've done. You can take a look there. Sorry for all the pop-ups. I keep meaning to get rid of some of these ads. I put some ads on here hoping to make some cash. Like, here's a TI thing. Here's a little port of graphics match that I made for in JavaScript. This should look familiar to you, Odd. And then here's a cool little number line thing I made. A little drag and drop number line tool. I wrote this from hand, and you can see the code that I wrote here. Hand wrote the code for this in JavaScript. And what else? Here's a little compound interest demonstrator. Kind of a cool little visual representation of how compound interest works. Very proud of that one as well. Here's a little main operator finder for a string of propositional logic. I programmed that. So I've done some things. Yeah, not the JavaScript. Yeah. I mean, I wanted something I could throw on a website, so I started using JavaScript, and I'm proud of these. Again, I'm not a software engineer. I never studied programming. Everything you see here is totally self-taught, and I'm proud of it. And this is a complicated little piece of code to write for someone who's totally self-taught. Isn't there a language that transcompile into JavaScript? Oh, probably. I just had fun doing it by hand. Especially this one. Look at all this. Look at all the math I had to do for the shading in the Venn diagram on this one. There's a little here. Not here. Where is it? This one up here. The Venn diagram tool. Look at all this math I had to do. I had to go back to high school math and figure out the math for the formulas for the shading. So like here's a little Venn diagram maker for categorical propositions. And all the shading is calculated. It's not done as an image. It's calculated line by line. And so the code here calculates the shading for all the regions inside those overlapping circles. It was quite a challenge, actually. But I did it all by hand. I didn't cheat at all. It's just line by line, math by math. Sat there and busted out the equations and figured out what I needed to do to make everything happen in the right spot on the screen for two overlapping circles. I look at it now and go, how the hell did I do that? Yeah, so enjoy those. I'm proud of those. They're like baby little programming projects, but I'm very proud of them. Okay, let's grab our links here. Boom, boom, boom. We've got, here is our debugging routine. Let's see, then we got the 28 column converter somewhere right there. And this little mini lesson right there. Made your page all by yourself. Yeah, likewise. I love handwriting HTML. I thought it was so much fun. GeoCities, I had a GeoCities website. People complaining it's too long to download the page with a modem. University, you had fiber optic connection. Yeah, I remember those days. I guess it took me a while to realize that programming has always been an interest of mine, even when I wasn't really doing it. It's a lifelong kind of thread that I ignored for a long time, and now I have a chance to dive back in on my own terms. I'm not doing it for a living. I'm just doing it to have fun and maybe make a little extra cash. Okay, that was April 1985, May 1985. Let's see, we have a little gap here. I guess some of these there are no known extant copies of some of them. Just going to check my keywords real quick, make sure they work. Yep. The data bus, the Delaware Valley Users Group newsletter, May 1985. I guess the older I get, the more I'm fascinated by the way things change over time. Even Heraclitus, 2,500 years ago, knew you can't step in the same river twice. Things are always changing. So let's see. Odd. One thing I think is kind of bad is the admins. Admin ones are the ones that take all the attention. The makers are not talked about that much when you kick them. Yeah, that was, when I worked at the educational technology company I worked for, Applia, it was called. It was acquired by a textbook publishing company, Cengage. And, they had no respect for the actual creators. It was so incredibly bureaucratic, and people taking credit for my work and other people's work that they had nothing to do with. And the people that actually made the cool things, very, very little respect for. It really was dysfunctional. And it's not a new phenomenon. It happens in every industry. The people that make the things often just aren't appreciated and don't get the credit. I made that company so much money. I mean, it was a drop in the bucket in terms of the company as a whole, but the product I made for them, literally just me and a couple other people, made them $2 million a year. Every year for years, and they were paying me $100,000 a year, which is great. But they were making $2 million off my $100,000 a year. And how much credit I get? It's you can't. Other than the fact that I advertised the fact that I wrote it, my name wasn't on it because it wasn't a book; it was digital content, and it really did change my own discipline. Change the way people taught logic. At the university level, at least for a time. It's probably changed again now, but for a time there were 30 or 40,000 students a year using stuff I made, and the company was making money off it, and I didn't get any real credit for it, and then they laid me off. And it's like that's what happens if you're a creative person. It sucks, You have to figure out early how to be entrepreneurial in that part of your career. Some people figure that out, and some people don't. I did not figure it out early enough. And I wish I had, but I did get several good years out of it. But man, if I had a little more foresight, I would have come up with that myself and skipped working for someone else that way. Now I'm not sure I have the energy to do that kind of thing. Maybe I do. I feel more tired than I did 20 years ago. Well, I think this will be the last one I'm going to do. I'm going to take a break after this. I've been sitting here at the computer for a while. I can feel my neck and shoulder kind of cramping up. So I'm going to, it's been on my little status thing. It's been flipping back and forth between 1 or 2 viewers. Yeah, some are not entrepreneurs, but still get some of the sun on them. Yes, that's right. I agree with that. I would have been happy if the company just given me some credit, like put my name on the fucking thing. But they didn't do that. and it wasn't normal at the time. You know, textbook authors had name credit, and people like me who wrote digital stuff didn't get any name credit for anything, not at that company. And so, because it was very branded, you know, this is the textbooks were associated with names, but for the digital content, they were part of the company's brand. So yeah, they de-emphasize the individual authors on digital content, and it sucks because it would have been nice to be treated like an author and get residuals and stuff like that. But I was treated more like an employee and less like an author. So yeah, it would have been nice for the sun to shine on it a little bit more. But I do have some satisfaction that I changed the way my own discipline is taught, and people benefited from it in ways that I probably will never see. So number muncher, here we go. Number muncher, that's a cool. So maybe you have derivatives. Some of these names are number muncher. It's probably a copy of some other game out there. Chuck Faust. I do like the idea of starting a retro style newsletter. They lose a lot by this behavior, but they can't steal your brain. That's true. That's true. They can't do what I did. They might benefit from it for a while, but once I'm gone, and my brain goes with me. So you're absolutely right about that. They can get someone else to do something analogous, but the way I do things, my unique version of it or my unique stamp on it, my type of creativity comes with me, you know, and they can't replicate that. Someone else might do something functionally adequate, you know, and analogous, but I'm still me and someone else is still them, and they wouldn't create what I create and I won't create what they create. So yeah, that's a great reminder that, yeah, if someone else had had that job, it would have been a very different product. It might have been adequate, maybe it'd even be more successful, but it wouldn't be the same product than the one I came up with. And it's very difficult to remember that, actually, having been laid off a couple times and, you know, a little underappreciated a couple of times professionally. So I have to constantly fight against the defeatedness aspect of it, you know. Okay, so let's see. Speech synthesizer. Okay. Check for speech. Okay. Call peak. Check for speech synthesizer. That's one thing that TI had going for it, Nano, is the speech synthesizer was really cool. It was a cool feature of the TI that other systems either didn't have or didn't have as well as TI had. Let's see, call peak to recover a program. Call peak program recovery. Not really technically programs here, they're just routines run from the command line, but that's okay. Call peak, equivalent to the size command, okay. Call peak memory checker. Yep, peek and poke, yep. And of course, I think peek and poke work differently in TI Basic than they do in Commodore 64 Basic, but same idea. Yeah. So who wrote these, though? Terry Atkinson, okay. Put that name right here. Yeah, TI, so the version of BASIC that came built into the TI-99 4A was just called TI Basic. Sometimes people refer to it as Console Basic or just plain old TI Basic. There was a cartridge that contained Extended Basic that had sprites and some other features that regular old TI Basic didn't have, and I believe that Extended Basic had peek and poke. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. Odd, I've never used it. I never learned enough about the memory registers and whatnot in the TI to know how to use them very well. I never bothered to learn. But yeah, I think Extended Basic had peek and poke. Is that right? Yeah, likewise. Not that much. It was a Commodore 64 thing. That was an extended basic thing too. I didn't have extended basic when I didn't have the extended basic cartridge growing up. So when I was growing up, I literally just had the console TI basic. And so now that I have access to the emulator, Classic 99, I get to play with extended basic in a way that I couldn't have when I was younger. And I have the console out there, but I don't even have an extended basic cartridge for it. But I need to get one so I can test my game on an actual TI before I start selling it on cassette. Get in set for yeah, you just get in, literally just plug something into a memory address, or grab something from the memory address. Absolutely. But it's just new to me because I didn't have access to that, and now that I'm rediscovering TI stuff in later life, I get to play with all these parts of basic and extended basic that I just didn't have when I was younger. Okay, this one is starting to process. I do need to pick up an extended basic cartridge. In fact, let's check it out on eBay here. TI extended basic cartridge. Let's see what we're looking at here. It's pretty pricey. Okay, here's an untested one. It probably works fine. There's very little goes wrong with these things. So probably 25 bucks. Here's one for 50 bucks with a manual. Yeah, 115. Oh my God, who would pay 115 bucks for that? There's an optimist of a seller. There's only a few of them out there. You can see. What's this? Is the German version of it? Manufactured under license by Texas Instruments Deutschland. Interesting. Back in the time, it was basic or extended basic for me, so kind of, yeah, I didn't have extended basic. I just had console basic, so I knew that there was an extended basic. I knew that much, but I didn't know anything about it. Yeah, at some point I should just buy one of these so I can mess with it on my actual TI out there. But that's okay. I'm doing all my programming in the emulator anyway, and when I get that far, I'll buy the cartridge and check it on the actual TI before I start selling the game on cassette. Think he's sensible about it? The guy who was charging a lot? Yeah, maybe there's so few of them that maybe there is high demand. I only saw 5 or 6 of them listed on there. Okay, I've got the links for the pages here. Let's see, the first program we're looking for is the number muncher. There it is. Wait a minute. Oh, here they are right here. I guess there's some call load stuff on here too, but that's okay. Not technically programs. Just try to include some of the command line, interesting command line stuff I find as well. I talked myself into doing one more. Why not? That was May. Then we have a gap here, so looks like October of 1985 is next. Let me check my keywords. Yep. Delaware Valley Users Group Newsletter, October 1985. 1984 and 1985 were good years for pop culture, for sure. Lots of cool stuff from those years in particular. I have to admit, I am having fun doing this project, but I'll also be glad when it's over. It's very tedious, as you can see. So I've started, my friend Dylan and I are the ones working together on our game projects. You know, we finished our retro game Freeze's Fury, which is not a TI-99 game, it's in Pico 8. And I created a page for our new Socrates game. The title's a little bit up in the air, to be determined. I'm just calling it Socrates for now. But yeah, so this is going to be our brand, for lack of a better word, Spark Gap Games. Nice little nod to ham radio. Spark Gap transmitters back in the day. Connotes fun, energy, education. It's got a great connotation. So Spark Gap Games. And we haven't made anything official yet, but that's how we're going to start branding ourselves and the label under which we're going to sell our things. So stay tuned, and it's fun to see the stats while we're waiting on that other file to process. You know, it's not getting. You know, we can't make any money on it. Ads on it. Again, we can't make any money on the Freeze's Fury games. We don't own Dragon Ball Z. It's just a fan project. But here's the stats on it right here. So this is the views. So it's getting some views most days. A couple of downloads. It's had a few not in the last month, but it's had a few downloads. But it's getting some browser plays. Like, so every 2 or 3 or 4 times a week, we're getting people checking it out, playing it in their browser, or at least checking it out in their browser. So people are finding it. Here's the keywords they're using to find it. So people are checking out stuff we're making. It's fun. I like seeing the analytics on it. It is cool. Yeah. I don't have much information about the Socrates game yet. I just created the page for it and uploaded a screenshot of the game in development. In fact, these 2 zeros in here are just our debugging code to keep track of where we are on the map. But I just grabbed a screenshot. Well, I don't know about getting famous, but I'd be happy if people just find the things. I want to create something cool that other people can use and enjoy. And, if that means famous, great. If that means making money, even better. But I really just want people to have some cool things to play with. So I like playing with other people's cool things that they made, and I want to make something cool that other people can enjoy. So I wanted to, I benefited a lot from people's work. I think specifically about educational software, but also just about computers in general. It really set my life on a certain path, and in ways I didn't fully understand. I'm not even sure I do fully understand to this day. And I want to not just be a consumer of that, but I want to take the things I've got from it and give back in some way. And so that's part of my motivation here. This is my, thank you and love letter to the people that created things that I love so much. So, all right, let's see if there's any programs in October of 1985 from Delaware. Always nice when you get a little Latin. Caveat emptor, buyer beware. See, here's what I really need. I probably just need to go for Extended Basic 2 and 128K, and get out of Extended Basic and use a basic that has more memory built in. But I like the challenge of just doing it in Extended Basic, the game that I'm working on, the Socrates game. But there's a good compare and contrast here apparently between Extended Basic and Extended Basic 2, 128K. Why wouldn't I do that? I don't know. I guess I just want to. If I could do it all in plain old TI Basic, I would. I'm using the sprites so far. Let's see. Arcade Shopper on Atari Ages Seller. Look them up and see. Let's click on that. Let's check it out. Store. He does a lot of like custom hardware stuff, right? You know, it's funny because even though I like electronics, I'm a ham radio operator. I like soldering kits together, and I've built some electronics things from scratch. I haven't kept up with them over the years. So people that can engineer something like this is very precision engineering, like a specific size circuit board to plug into a piece of hardware. I don't really know how to do that. I've dabbled a little bit in printed circuit board design. It's not too complicated, but it's a little more complicated than I can do, off the top of my head. I would like to do. Oh, today was Saturday. I missed it. I should have done it today. I meant to. I keep forgetting because Saturday mornings are just not a good time for me. Um, I gotta not forget about it. That every Saturday there's a TI meeting, and it's 11 a.m. or some crazy time for me on a Saturday. It's like I'm barely caffeinated at 11 a.m. on a Saturday, so I gotta remember that because I do want to do that. I want to introduce myself and I want to meet people and hear what they're doing, and I want to share the things I'm working on and. But I would like to know a little more about printed circuit board engineering and layout because I think I would be good at it if I could just wrap my head around some of the difficulties I've had with it. There's some specific challenges that were coming up when I was trying to do it, and I just couldn't figure it out quickly. And usually that's no barrier for me. I'm the kind of guy that can power through a challenge. I just had so many other things in my mind I didn't do that. So I would like to be more of a hardware guy, but I'm really more of a TI basic kind of guy than a hardware guy. Yeah, I guess I worry about bugging people, and I know that's all in my head because generally people that know things are happy to help. I feel like every question I have is like this baby little question that people are going to laugh about because like how come you didn't learn this shit 25 years ago or 30 years ago? And because I was busy doing other things and now I'm interested, so I want to learn more things, but I don't want to be a thorn in anyone's side and be a hassle to anyone. So especially the people that really are experts in getting in there and doing cool things that we're all benefiting from. So yes, but that's why they're around, right? They're generally happy to explain things. Oh, here's some programs. Let's see what we got. L input puzzle / bug by B.A. Traver. Okay. Yeah, that one's on a list previously. I remember that by B.A. Traver. I mean, I really would like to be able to make my own cartridges, and I would like to, figure out how to set up a retro bulletin board system or a retro packet bullet board system for ham radio stuff. There's things I want to do that I know someone could help me with, but it's like, am I just bugging them and asking them about it? I don't know. I guess you're assuring me that I'm not bugging them. Just, ask them. They'll probably help. There's really cool projects I would like to work on. Yeah, and they'll all love it. You're probably right about that for sure. Like, I would love to take a game like my Socrates game and do it, like, for example, it's funny. I've thought about that because the FPGA, I mean, if someone can do that with a Commodore 64, someone's got to do that for a TI, right? Come on, why can't we have a new TI-99 4A done just like they did the Commodore 64 Ultimate? I'm not the right person to do it, but someone in the community is the right person to do that and could make it happen, right? They just need to get the rights from Texas Instruments, right? The doing it is probably not really the hard part. There are people that could do it for sure. They just got to get the rights to it. But that would be cool. The TI-99 4B or something. That would be cool. I keep hoping that that kind of thing will happen. Yeah, I do know enough electronics where I could probably figure it out, You can do it with Verilog. I don't know what Verilog is. What is Verilog? See, that's the thing. I don't know what I don't know. Like, I don't even know the term. What's Verilog? Okay. Let's see here. What's the next program in the list here? Okay, alternating between joysticks. Okay. Sounds like most anything is free because I'm making billions on TI. I would, I'm not really joking. Like, we should get a few people together, with or without me, and make a new TI. Why not? Like, there's the big thing is the rights. I think I think with the right people it wouldn't be too hard. They did it for Commodore, they can do it for a TI. Same difference. Whether we can convince Texas Instruments to let us do it, that's another thing altogether, right? They protect their brand pretty well. They don't seem to care too much about the TI-99 4A. They're pretty tolerant of the fact that people are using Texas Instruments, the name Texas Instruments all the time for retro TI-99 4A things. They don't really seem to care. It's 40-year-old news. They don't give a shit. But they might care if people start selling TI-99 4As that are new, right? That's a different thing altogether. So someone would have to get the rights to it. And I don't know how. I'm even less in the knowledge of how to do that. So, okay. So here's a program called Hex Codes. What the hell is going on? See, this thing. He's a bad writer. Like, it's not clear what is going on. Here's another one of those programs that write a program. So I'm going to read a screen of graphics, convert it into a runnable program of display at statements, which will recreate the screen. Okay. Convert screen to display at statements. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I have, even though I'm not working currently, I have worked on large-scale projects. I've worked on projects that have taken 14 months to do, very complicated, lots of moving pieces. And, all it really needs is some project management. Someone's got to come in and go, okay, here's how we're going to get the rights. Here's someone who's going to engineer the case. You're working on programming the whatever it is, the FPGA or whatever it is. And, someone's going to write the new software for it. Someone's going to set up someone's going to do the whatever, and it just got to come together. It's like, it's not really hard. It's just, there are a lot of moving pieces. And one person probably can't do it. A small group of people could do it if we could get the rights and people who are willing to invest the time to do it. I don't see why it's impossible. I mean, wouldn't it be cool? I mean, I'm just talking it through. Like, what if a few people got together, acquired the rights, some way, you couldn't call it, you couldn't acquire the name Texas Instruments, obviously, because they're still a functioning business with lots, it's a big company with lots of pieces that, calculators and semiconductors and whatnot. But, imagine if we could call it something else, something related, but then call it the TI-99 4A or the 99 4D or the such and such 99/4A or whatever, like, just slightly rebrand it to where we can make Texas Instruments happy, get the rights to it, and then engineer the hell out of it. The problem is getting people to agree, because everyone has a different vision of what it could be. If I say to you, Odd, tell me what you would want out of a modern TI-99 4A. And I said, Nano, you say you were on board. Tell me what you think the software for the 99 4A should be, the new 99 4A should be. And now let's ask Arcade Chopper, what do you think a modern 99 4A should be? You're going to get very, very different stories from people. So it's actually really difficult to avoid groupthink. Everyone wants their own little piece of the puzzle. The hard thing is saying no to things. Like, that's a good idea, but no. That's a good idea, but no. That's a good idea, but no. We're going to start by being as faithful as possible to the original. Maybe make a couple tiny little improvements here and there. But everyone's 10 different visions can't all happen. Otherwise, nothing ever gets done. And that's a very hard pill to swallow when you're a smart person with good ideas, because everyone has good ideas and everyone's smart. So it's genuinely difficult to find people you can get on the same page with when you're starting a project like that. People have to be willing to compromise and sacrifice and go, that's a good idea, but it's not a good idea for the first version of it. It might be a good idea for version 2. It might be a good idea for the 99 4B. It might be a good version for whatever, but it's not a good idea as a starting point. And it's just a hard pill for people to swallow, you know. It's a shame that that's true, really, but I think that's the real challenge. It's not so much the work is actually not too difficult, probably. A little bit of difficulty, but, you know, not insurmountable problems. Getting everyone on the same page can be an insurmountable problem if you don't have the right people who are willing to be humble enough to follow a vision, even if it's not really their own vision. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, the large-scale projects I've worked on have largely been my own projects, and I was generally leading the charge. So I think the weird thing for me in this case, I think the weird thing would be other people know more than I do. You know, like, say, just as an example, Arcade Shopper. He knows much more about the hardware engineering than I do. And Odd, you probably know more about the programming than I do. And almost everyone knows something more about every aspect of it than I do. And so that's why, you know, it'd be hard to tell. It's hard to tell people no when they know more than you do. That's a weird position to be in, because they're like, no, I know more than you do, dummy. What are you doing telling me what to do, right? So yeah, I think that would be the odd thing about being in charge of a project like that. I think the hard thing, a very useful exercise, and again, you have to have like-minded people who are willing to do this kind of thing, but you have to say, you know, if you sit down and say, we're going to start a new project, and we all have ideas, and what we're going to do now, we're all going to take our ideas, and we're going to write them on a whiteboard or put them on a screen, you know, put them on a sticky note and put it on the wall, however you want to do it. Take your best ideas, you know, and put them on there. And then you force people to go, okay, now, if you could only do 3 of those, what would they be? Circle your top 3 choices. Whenever you do an exercise like that, you find that there's actually a lot more agreement than disagreement. People really commonly do agree on the most essential parts of a project. Yeah, in Jira, exactly. Yeah, same with project management program, Jira, great. I've used it many times, love it. I like Trello a little bit better just for, you know, Jira has a lot more functionality, but Trello is cool just for basic project management, you know, Kanban board stuff. But, you know, people agree a lot more than they disagree when you force them to make hard choices about if you could only do 2 or 3 of these things, what would they be? And, you know, then great, that's where we're going to focus. And if we get any other cool features built in, great, but we got to do these 3 essential things. Generally, that can be a way of powering through the differences that people have in terms of what they want out of a project. I've seen that technique used to great success. It would be a cool project. Do you think other people has this come up in discussions before? Are other people already interested in this idea, or is this an idea that that's come and gone? Have people dismissed this idea out of hand already, or are people excited about the idea and already talking about it? They must be, because Commodore 64 Ultimate is out there. It's a real thing, right? In NLP, you just have the making stuff thingy. First, just creative thinking, write down stuff, not thinking if you can or not. Yeah, that's part of the problem. There's a lot of expertise out there, but it's very spread out. I think you're right. People need to come together and go, we're gonna do it. You know, and be willing to sacrifice their time and show up and make it happen. Again, I don't think the doing of it is really that hard. I think it'll cost a little money, and I think we'll have, you know, you have to acquire the rights, which is going to cost a little money. I don't think it's a cheap project to do. I think it's an expensive project to do. Someone has to be willing to foot the bill for part of it, and take the financial risk of doing it. I think it's non-trivial, because you have to have hardware engineered, and I can't do that, and you can't do that. No one can do it from their garage. we need actual manufacturing to make it happen, and enough people to sell it to where you actually make some money off it. Otherwise, why bother, right? So I think there's definitely some risk involved. I don't have the money to foot the bill for it. That's part of the problem. I don't know who does and who doesn't. Oh, yeah. See, archive.issues seems to have weird. Archive.org has weird issues in the afternoon on the weekends. Once the hardware is locked in, the only thing you can do is software. I think what I like about the Commodore 64 Ultimate is that it has some modern features, like it connects to Wi-Fi, and you can connect up to a software repository that someone put together. So it's not just, it is a recreation of the original hardware, but in a using that programmable CPU or whatever it's called. I can never remember the acronym. I don't know why. I just cannot remember it. That thing. So they've done it in a different way, but it's a mostly faithful recreation of how a Commodore 64 functions, but with some modern features added: HDMI for video and Wi-Fi connectivity, and connect up to a software repository and stuff like that. Know how to use the. Let's check it out. NLP Disney strategy. Okay, I'll check that out. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay, sure. I'm not going to read this line by line right now, but I'm a big fan of this kind of thing because a lot of the people that know how to dream big don't know how to make a plan, and so you need someone who can cut through the dreaming big and go, now how are we going to do it? And not creative people are not always good at that. I think I'm a creative person who's good at that, but I think I'm in the minority. I know a lot of people that it's like a Venn diagram. There are the people that are just radically creative, head in the clouds, big dreamers, lots of ideas, not so good at making a plan, not so good attention to detail. And then there are people that are highly detail-oriented people. They like numbers and spreadsheets and lists and plans and dates and deadlines and processes and procedures. And those people are not often very creative. Sometimes they are. And then there are the people that have both. And I think I'm one of the rare people that are in the middle. But in my experience, both in teaching and in the corporate professional world and in the world of education, most people are one of the extremes. They veer radically towards one or the other. And the people that live in the middle are quite rare. I love completing doing Jira tasks, checking things. I love checking things off the list. That's why I'm good at both. I'm a big dreamer and I dream creative and I like ideas and I teach philosophy and I make video games but I like checking things off a list. So it would be interesting to throw it out there and see if there's any interest in making it happen for real, not just in a dreaming big kind of way. Who has the skills and who is willing to show up and who's willing to put some money into doing it? Because that's where the rubber meets the road, right? At some point, someone's got to pony up the cash, or get investors, or convince TI that it's worth doing. Whatever, right? I don't know how really to do that. Yeah, let's definitely talk offline about it. Yeah, why not? That'd be fun. There we go. Did I miss anything here? I think that's it. Yeah, that's all for that one. Yeah, let's talk. Yes, I do have your email, so let's talk offline about it. I think it's a good idea. I would love to see it happen. We all care about this system, right? There were 3 million of these things sold back in the day. I get the sense, and I don't know how accurate it is because I haven't done any market research whatsoever, but I get the sense that if there were 3 million people that used to own a Texas Instruments computer, a lot of those people are still alive, and a lot of people would be interested in it if there were such a thing out there, put out there into the world again. So it does strike me as a sleeping viable business model that you wouldn't think would be viable, but when you really take even if 1% of those people were interested in buying a modern TI-99 4A, you're still making a ton of cash. So I think the key would be to secretly, behind the scenes, seek out the people in the community who really could have the ability and willing to put the work in to do it. And I don't have all those skills, and you don't have all those skills, but someone has all those skills. Collectively, we could find the people that do have those skills and make it happen. I mean, like Tercy, who did Classic 99. It's an emulator, but he has a deep understanding of how the TI-99 4A works, right? In a way that I don't, and most people don't. So, yeah, together as a community, we could probably find the right people that could bring it together. I don't know what exactly I'd contribute besides project management and a vision, but and maybe some laughing in the face of reality optimism that keeps people excited about an idea that's a little implausible at a glance. Yeah, target X would be Gen X/Xennial. That's right. No one younger is going to care, right? And maybe they will. A few people who are younger might want to try it, but Gen X people would pay for it. Sure, absolutely they would. They have the money now anyway. I think you're right about that. So yes, let's plan to talk offline about it. It's a great idea. Sometime this week, perhaps. We'll figure it out. We'll find a time. I'll shoot you an email later today or tomorrow. We'll find a time sometime in the next handful of days. Yeah, me too. Again, I think the hard thing is not so much finding people with the skills. It's getting them all together and guiding them towards a shared vision when their visions probably aren't super compatible at a glance. They all have an idea of what a souped up the TI-99 4A could be, and I think it would need to be a little more Commodore 64 Ultimate and a little less, because the people that have skills can dream big. They can go, let's make it even better and 1,000 times better. Like no, backpedal, more like a faithful recreation with some new features, less like a pie in the sky futuristic thing. So I think it's a little bit of a hard pill to swallow there, but I think a first future goal would be to find the right people to talk to, and then go from there. And also, not everyone with the skills may be part of the vision. Maybe they aren't the right people, and maybe you can find other people with the skills that share the vision a little better. So just because there are people out there that we know have the skills doesn't mean they're the only people with the skills. So just got to find the right people. First everyone and find them. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we'll touch base offline about that. I think I'm gonna now that I've got I grabbed all the links from this one. I'm going to take a break and get some dinner. It's a little later than I realized it was even. It's already almost 6 p.m. here. So I'm going to get some dinner and spend some time with Susan while we have the rest of the day off together. But I'm glad we spent so much time chatting today. And now we've got a sketch of an idea for a future project we could work on. You confirm that there's excitement about this archiving project and other future projects. Great time just hanging out. Lovely time. Nice to meet you, Nano. How do you, should I call you Nano Machines or Nano? I'm not great with names, so I'll remember the screen name more than I remember real names, probably. Yeah, good stream. It didn't have a lot of viewers, but that's okay. This is, like I said, this is a very niche topic, right? So I am finding, though, that the more niche stuff I do, the right people find me a little at a time, and people are excited about what I'm doing, even if it's a little esoteric and a little time wasty in some ways. So I appreciate the enthusiasm from you guys. It keeps me plugging along in these projects that don't have a big audience. But I do think, the great Nano, I do think if someone could figure out how to bring Commodore 64 back, we could figure out how to bring TI-99 back. There's got to be a way in a real concrete way that's not just pie in the sky. It's definitely doable. We just have to do it. So yeah, so let's talk about it. I'm excited about that idea. I've been excited about that idea for a little while now, since I've heard about the Commodore 64 Ultimate. So we'll there is a way. I just don't know all the pieces, and you don't either. So we have to find the right people that do know, either have the answers or know how to find the answers, or we need to learn how to find the answers. But I think probably it starts with talking to a lawyer and about getting the rights to it, because you can't sell anything you don't have the rights to. So probably you have to, as a first step, start thinking about how to get the rights to do it, or just start working on it and apologize after, and maybe sell it to TI or get their permission after the fact. Who knows, right? So there's a bunch of ways to go about it. Probably, I just don't know what I don't know. There's a way. At very least, we have cool stuff we can work on, even if it's not recreating the TI-99. But I'm going to get some dinner, so you guys have a good afternoon, evening, wherever you're at, and thanks for tuning in. And again, if you, both of you and anyone who's watching, check out my YouTube channel for lots more TI stuff, and feel free to say hi in the chat again anytime you see me streaming, whether I'm streaming TI stuff or World of Warcraft stuff, which I also spend a lot of time doing. So in any case, it'll be a short amount of time until I chat with you guys again. And I will shoot you an email either later tonight or tomorrow, and we'll find a time to talk in the next few days and put our heads together and see what we can come up with, and see if we can find a way to move a project like that forward even a little bit more than just an idea stage. So forward momentum is where most projects are at, right? You gotta keep things moving forward, just like in life. But you guys have a good night in the meantime, and I'll catch you in the next one. Thanks for tuning in, both of you. Good to talk with both of you. Have a good night.